spark ignites the heart. But if we turn when justice calls, the chains we forge will bind us all. When truth is silence, when lies take hold, the cost is freedom, the soul grows cold. No one stands tall while another must fall. Freedom for one depends on freedom for all. We're mavericks of freedom, rebels in the fight, defending every voice, defending every right. For the moment we falter, the moment we stall, we lose our own freedom when we let others fall. You can't stand free while others kneel. When justice fades, it's freedom they steal. An innocent condemned, a crime unspoken, and with it the bond of liberty is broken. No tyrant rules without our consent. Oppression thrives where silence is spent. Stand for the weak, the silence the small, or freedom will crumble for us all. We're mavericks of freedom, guardians of the light, fighting for the truth, for what is just and right. For the rights of one are the rights of all. We rise or we fall by answering the call. Even those we may oppose deserve the rights we all uphold. For if we deny them what is fair, we build our own prison in despair. The fight's not easy, it never will be, but justice for one is the key to be free. We stand as mavericks, together we strive, defending the rights that keep freedom alive. We're mavericks of freedom, rebels in the fight, upholding every truth, protecting every right. When one is oppressed, we're all in the thrall. Freedom for one depends on freedom for all. So take a stand, let your courage rise. Defend the truth, don't compromise. For the soul of the world, the writing's on the wall. Freedom for one depends on freedom for all.
Greetings, Mavericks and new viewers. Tonight, direct and live from the Maverick News Network World Studios. This is Maverick News with Rick Walker.
Welcome back, everyone. Everybody is looking for solutions. Some people are going to vote liberals. Some people are going to vote conservative. Some people will vote NDP. Some people are looking for an alternative to the status quo, the sort of the legacy parties. Well, tonight we have special guest Brandon Pringle, candidate for the Christian Heritage Party, who will join us shortly to talk about one of those alternatives. They've been around for quite a while. They've never had a candidate elected, but they definitely have some influence over, overall public opinion. And we'll dig into what the CHP, Christian Heritage Party, is really all about tonight. Some pretty heavy issues on the table that they deal with through their platform. And while all that is going on, the big heavyweights, Poiliever, Carney, continuing their campaigns today. The 51st state rhetoric ramped right up again. It's front and center as we are just now days away from people casting their ballots. Mark Carney making the most of that. Pierre Poiliever is in Saskatchewan tonight, campaigning, rally out there. And Donald Trump definitely just overshadowing everything in Canada. Definitely having an influence on the election here and just exerting his influence all around the world and freaking out because of Vladimir Putin's overnight missile attack and drone attack on Kyiv. All this while we're hearing about efforts to bring peace that are really, honestly, obviously falling apart. And what is Trump going to do? Well, we have the U.S. at a point maybe where they'll just walk away from everything. One day, Trump blaming Zelensky, but today, freaking out on Vladimir Putin. Not happy with about 70 missiles being fired into Ukraine, targeting Kyiv, and over 100 drones. That doesn't really seem like a very peaceful gesture, does it? I'll be right back on the other side of this, and I hope I see Brandon kind of in the back room there, but I'm not sure if he's ready to go or not. Hopefully he'll be with us when we come back on the other side of this. I see the video feed, but I don't see him on camera, so we'll try to get that rectified, and we'll dig right into this when we come back.
Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals, defenders of individual rights and freedoms, credible, trusted, grounded in reality. Maverick News, Maverick News. Defending free speech, free speech. Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Okay, I'm back, and also still waiting for Brandon to show up on camera back there. Brandon, are you there? We're also going to go out to Alberta for another update on the liquidation of Hudson's Bay stores, ending really like about 325 years of history. New developments. We'll share that with you later in the broadcast as well. And I saw Brandon briefly, but I don't see him now. Let me just check here and see what's going on. Technical Pro, there he is. I see him now. Let's see if I can bring him up. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud
and
and
I
clear.
Can see you. So I can see and hear you, which means we're in business, I think.
All right. God is good.
Let me just check the audio here. Yeah. I think we're in pretty good shape.
Yes. Oh, I like this view.
Yeah, that camera looks better than the one that you were using or something last time.
My IT guy got me a different camera.
Oh. Well, it's a wider angle lens, and it looks better.
The other thing I like about it is that you can see the Maverick News shirt.
Yes,
really good.
Yeah.
You left?
Yeah, there's some here. Yep.
There's some there. Okay. Well, all listeners, get out there and order that shirt, because it's going to be a collector's item one day.
Well, it might be a collector's item now, though. demand instantly dropped off when he started talking about taking over Canada. So I got to tell you, the popularity is waning a bit on Mr. Trump these days on the Canadian side. How do you feel about that?
Oh, I mean, if anybody was paying attention during the 2016 presidency, it's just like, just take a deep breath, everybody, and just chill out. Like, it he got what people said was impossible: 5 peace deals with Israel in the Middle East during his first term. Many people said that was absolutely impossible. And
Doesn't seem
so,
like there's much peace there right now, and
well,
he wants to,
no, but all
um,
those all the nations that he signed peace deals with are all still intact. So the only war that's going on right now is between Hamas in Gaza and the West Bank, and north of Israel from Lebanon and Iran's proxies. So, that it's just like the news cycle, just like all this furious thing going on, and then it turns out to be a nothing burger. So, I mean, I wrote about this on Substack. If you type in Brandon Pringle Substack, you can read my article. And the article I wrote was called "Are Your Friends Upset About the Trump Tariffs?" And so I pointed out that there's a book written about the amount of fentanyl coming in from Canada into the United States. And of course, Trudeau goes on television and says only 1% of the fentanyl coming into America is from Canada. Well, he lied about everything for 9 years. And so, but all of a sudden now he's telling the truth. I mean, the RCMP stated that there's 4,000 criminal gangs going on in Canada right now, flooding the states with fentanyl and money laundering going through the Chinese triads, through casinos all across the country. And so if I had a drug dealer in my basement and a bunch of my kids were being harmed, I'd get mad too. And I say, Canada, get your act together. And
what book are Brandon? What book are you referring to?
No, I'll just look it up here right now. Have you ever heard of China Uncensored? There's a show called,
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, there's a show called China Uncensored. I'll see if I can look it on my phone book here, in my phone. China Uncensored, and I really wish I could think of his name right off the top of my head, but this has been public news for a long time. But even if you take the book out of the picture, the RCMP themselves have publicly stated there's 4,000 criminal gangs in Canada, and they know this. They've had a number of seizures with literally tons, like not pounds.
What's your source for this?
It's in the news. It's like
which news?
Okay, sure. Just give me 1 second here. I'm not trying to be. I'm not trying to be controversial just the sake of being controversial. Mm-hmm. This stuff is very important to me. Mm-hmm. Gangs in Canada. Okay, search. Okay, so if you type in the phrase 4,000 criminal gangs in Canada, the first result is the Vancouver Sun organized crime, a major security threat in Canada. This is dated December 6th, 2024. And it goes on in great detail to detail all the criminal gangs in Canada. Right below that is a summary from Criminal Intelligence Services Canada, public report on organized crime. Mm-hmm. Toronto Star, as the third result, it says Canadian organized crime groups are making more fentanyl admin. There are more than 70.
but the
So,
the research that I've done, because I've been doing, I didn't really want to get into this tonight. I want to talk about
yeah,
your party and stuff, but
me too.
but
Me too.
the
But we're talking about Trump because you sell Trump T-shirts. It's all your fault, man.
it's true. It is true. But the fentanyl that's produced in Canada, the vast majority of it, like almost all of it, is not exported back to the U.S. It goes out to like other countries in like New Zealand, and it's smuggled out to like European destinations. You can find the data on it. I've done the stories over the last few weeks, and then in a lot of because so in reality, the precursors are flowing into Canada through our ports, but also coming largely from the United States into Canada. Then it's refined or processed into fentanyl, but it doesn't go back to the US. It's exported out of the country, or it's consumed here domestically, which is why we have a fentanyl problem in our country. So it's a little bit of a, well, it's actually a lot of a exaggeration on the Trump part. In fact, tonight, as I'm seeing, even on Truth Social, he makes these controversial, I wouldn't even say controversial, contradictory statements, where on the one hand, he's upset with China because, and I maybe I have the post, I'm not sure. He says in one post that I saw tonight on Truth, and I think it was Twitter as well, reposted over there, that the southern border of Mexico is now the most secure it has ever been in the history of the United States. So they've stitched that up. They've got it tight as a drum now because they've addressed the whole problem. They've moved the military in there. But then on another post, he's saying that fentanyl is still flowing in at record levels because of Chinese fentanyl that's coming into the United States through Mexico and Canada. So which is it? Is the border completely secure now and as tight as it's ever been in American history? Or is it still like a wide open dam that's flooding the United States with drugs? You can't trust anything the guy says because he just makes up numbers, makes up his own facts, and it's all a bunch of confusing, conflicting statements. I mean, literally tonight, within 4 spaces on his social media pages, you're getting a conflicting view of the border in Mexico, simply because one fits one narrative for one sort of a story and the other one fits another one, but they actually conflict. So I don't know what the truth is there. Well, not
I think
based on him.
I think that so
can't have it both ways.
In my opinion, in my humble opinion, because I'm fully capable of being wrong.
Me too. Welcome to the club.
So this is my analysis of it. All the media hype and everything has been focused on the southern border. It hasn't been focused on the northern border. And so all the things that the Democrats did, like if you look at all the media pictures and all the videos for illegal immigration, what you've seen over the last 4 years during Biden is these massive caravans coming from South America through Mexico. So that's what, in my opinion, is what he's talking about. So the southern border is, if you look at all the stats they've been showing on across all the, even CNN, who hates his guts, is finally admitting that they've almost completely stopped the border crossings there. But Canada is a completely different thing because there hasn't been a major spotlight on this. And the book that you were asking me to quote, the author, his name is Sam Cooper. And the title of his book, the title of his book is called Willful Blindness.
Yeah, and what a hack that guy is.
And so
You're aware that he lost his job at Global, right?
well, that doesn't surprise me
No,
because
to me either. Because you know why he lost his job at Global?
why did he lose
Brent?
his job?
Because they are now facing, I think it's a $15 million defamation lawsuit because of they can't come out and say it this way because it would be an admission of guilt.
Right.
But after this defamation lawsuit was leveled because of some of the reports, in my estimation, then they parted ways. So that lawsuit's ongoing, and then there's a second one as well. Do you know why?
No.
Because, well, for instance, what you can again find this stuff online. He did a piece that he had to retract about a Chinese spy drug thing where the guy is supposed to be in a casino and he used a still shot from a video.
Right.
But do you know where the photo came from?
No.
A Chinese feature film that he said was a piece of security footage. Right. And then he got caught using this, and it's not true.
Right.
It's not security footage at all. So he ended up having to retract that. He's made allegations against people without real proof, and that's what that have not been proven and to date. And so he's got these massive defamation lawsuits on his hands. And yet he continues to spin up this narrative that there's, this massive Chinese infiltration in Canada. In addition to that, he talks about, well, I think, he makes reference to the, I'm trying to do this all off the top of my head, and I've got so much stuff jumbled up in here tonight. I'm trying to remember all the details. So forgive me if I'm getting some of the details wrong. But there was do you remember the story about Toronto Dominion Bank and I believe it was the Department of Justice, was it?
Yes.
Okay. And they fined TD for what was it? How much was it? It was
$3 billion.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
Fine. Right. That's cool.
Yes.
Not cool, but cool that they're dealing with it.
Yes.
But the context is not really fair because where was the DOJ operating that investigation? Which country?
That's a good question.
In the United States.
Yes.
So TD has branches and operations in the United States. And so the investigation really centered on those operations in the US. Not to say that there isn't a Canadian connection, but the reality is this is a joint problem between Canada and the United States. And actually, it's the regulatory, it's the regulations that are in place in the United States that need as much or more attention really with regard to that particular story, because it was the US branches that were involved in it, not just the Canadian side.
Yes.
Yes. Right. So it's a joint problem that is being portrayed as though it's some Canadian issue that is compromising US security, when in reality it's something we both share. And I would argue that the problem might actually be more on the US side than it is on the Canadian side. But there's a lot of paranoia about what's going on with China, and that's being ginned up, I would say, because it creates a justification. It manufactures justification, and ultimately, as Noam Chomsky would say, they're attempting to manufacture public consent for any kind of international legal or even military action that they may choose to take in the future, especially as it relates to US national security. And we've got this whole separatist movement that is front and center right now that Trump is fueling. So this is, in my view, when you connect all those dots and you look at the real evidence, and then you start to look at how on the media side, the information campaigns are being waged, especially from the US side, it's a campaign. It's not truth. And certainly down on the US side as well, the way they're dealing with this, the Trump administration, moving the military into place along the border and using the military and by designating the drug cartels terrorist groups. Now you're using U.S. law to and concerns about national security on the U.S. side by designating drug cartels as terrorist groups. Now you can sort of justify any kind of military action you want to take on the other side of the Mexican border. And that's what the Trump administration actually wanted to do back during its first administration. But they had some adults in the room who said, no, you really shouldn't be doing that, Donald, because this is something that really needs to be dealt with, in conjunction with the Mexican government. It's more of a police operation than a military operation, because this is then an assault, an affront to Mexican sovereignty, which turns into an international incident. I mean, essentially what you're doing is you're just creating an excuse to use the U.S. military to cross the border into a neighboring country to do whatever you want to do down there. It's an insult to Mexico. It is an affront to their sovereignty, and he's doing the same thing to Canada. And he's using this Chinese narrative to do it. And the guy driving the whole narrative is Sam Cooper, a guy who has discredited his journalism in everything that I've looked at as a guy who's worked in media for like 40 some years. It does not meet the standard. I don't touch the stuff. People keep bringing it here because they keep hearing about it. And I don't want to get sued for defamation. So I don't repeat his stuff because he is sloppy. He is, in my view, well, he's just not thorough. And it doesn't meet the standard. Well, but he keeps on putting the stuff out there. And here's the other thing I have a question on. This guy's supposed to be an independent journalist, right? And why am I on the Sam Cooper stuff again tonight? I'm tired of talking about this guy, but people are eating it up. And there's no way his work meets the standard. How does an independent journalist weather the storm legally with the bills that will mount from these legal cases when he's out on his own? The first one tied to global news, and so they're both named in this, and in that law case. And I'd have to look up the details again. So forgive me again if I'm getting some of the details wrong here tonight. Yeah. Then there's this second case as well. I'll tell you, as an independent sitting in this chair, there's no way I would survive that financially, unless you get some sort of legal representation pro bono.
We should do. I don't know if you'd be up for this, but we should do another show on this so I can bring some receipts on things, because in my whether I'm right or wrong, what I'd like to see is CBC and CTV held to the same standard that Sam Cooper is being held to. And the fact of the matter is, if you see the number of fake news stories that CBC trumpets on a constant basis, it's nauseating. And do you remember Mark Stein?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he had to leave Maclean's and move to the United States because he couldn't print proper journalism, because the lawfare up here is so out of control that and if the liberals could easily make this all go away if they published the names of the 9 liberal MPs that the Canadian RCMP and CSIS exposed as having ties to China. If they just told the truth about that, people would not be concerned. But when there's so much theft and so much corruption, I mean, Trudeau has spent $620 billion funding all his cronies in the Liberal government, with 4 employees getting $100 million.
Where'd you come up with the number of 9 MPs? I thought it was 11.
So I thought it was 11, but I thought, you know what, if you're not 100% sure, say 9, and then you are not exaggerating.
I think I know where you're getting the 9.
Right. So
because there's another story that Sam Cooper was associated with that it came to light, and I think he was associated with it. It was over on that. Well, a few live streamers picked it up, and this was one former RCMP guy, one current RCMP guy, and a former Vancouver police officer, who both of whom were involved in international intelligence operations,
Right.
connected to the Chinese. Are you familiar with that story?
No, not that specific one. No.
All right. Well, then what they did is they took pictures of the 9 most prominent Liberal cabinet members from the Trudeau and now Carney administration.
Yes.
And they're saying that these guys are basically implicated in I have to look at the story again because it was about a week ago now. And they're saying, they're saying that these people are traitors, which is again smearing and defamation without proof. And then I see
Well,
people, for crying out loud, there's no proof. All it is it's allegations. Allegations, and then they're showing the documents of the allegations and complaints through the legal process involving these officers, which are proof of nothing other. The only proof that it is that they've complained. And there's a labor. The one guy's involved in labor disputes because he was involved in the union for the police service, and his conduct was called into question. And then it turned into like a spying thing because they were under surveillance by the RCMP, and they were using technology it's alleged they were using this technology to monitor their cell phone communications, which is probably true. And I think that whatever they were doing was within the bounds of the law, but they were making this an issue. And the larger issue is here, why were those 2 cops being investigated for possible treason? And yet they flipped the narrative around to then make it look like we should be questioning what the police agencies are doing when they were investigating those guys. I'm just saying, I dug into that that week, and there was zero proof of anything in those documents other than, there's an ongoing legal case which dates back, a few years. And it's a human resources labor dispute.
It would not be a show with me unless I held up the naked communist.
Okay.
But we're going to have to take this to another show because I'm going to bring receipts on the China issue. I don't, for the life of me,
Good country. Luck. You do your homework.
Yeah, I will.
But I don't really. But here's the thing, Brandon.
Free speech.
Yeah, we can. It's not about free speech. No, it's not about. This goes beyond. This is a free speech issue, but with free speech there comes limitations because we can't just sit here and smear people or throw out allegations without actual proof. And I'm not going to sit here and put up the pictures of those 9 Liberal cabinet members when there's zero proof of them being traitors. In fact, the only real allegation even that I saw in that story from about a week ago was that they're alleged to have not done a good enough job, is what it came down to.
I've had to deal with slander myself.
Yeah.
And so it's very horrific when you have to deal with public defamation.
Sure is.
To your own personal reputation. Yeah. I've had to deal with that myself. So I take that very, very, very seriously. I think that the government could go a long way by simply telling the people what they know that's true, and then figure out if there's enough evidence to say, hey, we need to take this further, or there isn't enough evidence, and so we're going to drop it. I mean, the problem is that the news in Canada has been so there's a reason why people like you are so important, because when Trudeau gives the news $600 million and doesn't force them to exist on their own merit. If when they've consistently pushed all these narratives about topics that we're not even allowed to talk about on the show, they've pushed these narratives and they're funded by the government. No news organizations should be funded by the government. And so if they're more honest, they would stand on their own. The honest ones stand on their own. The ones,
should there be arts grants?
Honestly, no. I don't think there should be arts grants.
Okay.
There's enough companies in this country that will support, like here in just outside, an hour away from me, as you come into Calgary, there's this big blue circle. Big blue circle. I mean, it's Calgary. You're coming in on flat land. You have the mountains in the background. It's a beautiful landscape. And then right in the middle of it, there's this big, huge circle. And that cost taxpayers $500,000.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if an oil company wants to pay for that and help celebrate the arts, great. But when they've added, in the last 9 years, the government's added 600 and doubled the debt, 620.
So let me ask you this.
Yes.
If there's a triple murder in, I don't know, what's a really small town in like northern Alberta?
Probably Grand Prairie.
Okay, what's the population there approximately?
I think it's about 50,000.
Okay, pick a smaller place.
Okay, Vegreville, it's probably 15,000.
Okay, Vegreville, triple murder, and it's a story of national interest.
Yes.
What media outlets would have the resources to go there, to send a reporter or reporters or a crew of some kind to go to that location to report on that story?
Mostly the local, only more probably the local people would do it, but that's what the point of the Associated Press is. And most of the news organizations in the US they don't send people. They depend on the Associated Press.
The Associated Press is a news wire. Yes, a news service.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And up here we do have like Canadian Press. But you want to go to that little town. So you want to send a reporter. So you can have one reporter serving all the media in Canada.
Well, that's the way it worked forever. And so when did
it work like that?
Well, let's put it this way. You don't get any government funding. No. Right? So why should the National Post get any funding? It's basically
these are complex questions. But I don't have the resources myself to fly to Vegreville to cover that triple murder. But who's going to go? Because that costs money.
Yeah. So, I mean, in a city of Edmonton, which is only an hour and a half away, they could easily afford to send a whole army of reporters from Edmonton.
Who can send?
The Edmonton Journal, the Edmonton Sun, and there's
those papers are all under pressure. If you take the government funding away, they would probably all be out of business. And I'm not trying to defend them. I'm just laying out the reality of the media landscape now, because the funding, like all the advertising revenue, pretty much from newspapers, it's gone.
Yes.
80-90% of it's over on Google, right. Facebook.
Yes. Right. And so a lot of the Yeah. We should,
So there, and so I, even when I was in mainstream media working for CTV, I would not have had a job if it hadn't been for government regulation of broadcasters.
mhm. You know,
Because they required, as a promise of performance, in order to have their broadcast license, they mandated that the stations, the CTV stations, had to set up news bureaus in communities that were underserviced, that otherwise would not have any news coverage at all, because the broadcasters would rather just buy the broadcast rights to primetime US programming, send that out over the airwaves and on cable systems, sell advertising around it, and call it a day, and
mhm.
just recoup the revenue, not provide any news coverage at all, because that's how you make money. But you don't send money by sending reporters out, even into large cities. You hire a reporter, a camera guy, a producer, you set up a broadcast master control facility with a studio. Now you have to hire people. You've got vehicles you need to maintain, insurance, wages, benefits, unions to deal with. You have technology, cameras, broadcast transmitters that you need to maintain in order to have your broadcast license. You
Yes.
have you're easily now into a couple of $1 million to run like a bare bones, semi-regional little news operation. People, paying a reporter like $30,000 to $50,000 a year minimum just to go out and cover local stories.
If you
then
look
you got to
at
hire sales staff, pay
Right.
them commission for ads, and then you're in competition with social media now. How do you do that?
So, in my humble opinion, because I hate communism so much,
Mhm.
the product, if it's a good product, people will buy it. It's that simple.
Right.
So Rebel News funds itself. True North funds itself.
Mm,
All these the counter signal funds itself. So if you are if you're providing a good product, people will buy it. It's that simple. So if you look in the States, for example, MSNBC, or MSDNC as I like to call it, and CNN, their ratings are garbage, because people are going away. They're looking to people like you, Rick, who are actually printing truth and are allowing the opinions to get out there. They don't just tell you a narrative. Like, so much of their
are
coverage
you
is telling.
sure?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
Well, we'll do another show.
Okay.
And
I just,
how
often does David Menzies get arrested?
Well, right, but that is ridiculous. He shouldn't.
Yeah, it is ridiculous.
True. Did you see I'm not going to say which organization, because it's too controversial to say, but a different organization actually attacked Trudeau's SUV, and there was no arresting of them. There was nothing. So it's situational. It's situational harassment of the press. I mean, so David is just doing his job, and
Is he?
when we have
what's his?
Yeah,
because
yes.
I pointed out to people, Brandon, that in all the years that I cover protests, and I've once in a while, I've never been arrested even one time, let alone assaulted. Not even once.
No. But the thing is that
that he runs right into the middle of the crowd and puts a camera in somebody's face.
And
there is that.
And that wouldn't be necessary at all.
It isn't necessary at all.
If the claimed news organizations actually made it fair game. So
what do you mean? What do you mean? What do
well,
they have to do with his actions?
So, well, what they have to do with is many times when there's large events, when the press, the corporate press, are given badges to get in, they will stop Rebel News from getting badges to get in. So I could probably send you 20 examples that are in the public news of when there was a public event and everybody got press credentials except Rebel News. And so if the federal government is being
No,
transparent,
there would be a lot of organizations that don't get credentials, and you could count me among those organizations, because there have been rare occasions when I've applied for credentials where I've had some difficulty initially getting credentialed, for various reasons, because you have, for events, a limited number of spaces.
yes,
And so they credential legitimate, or even just organizations that they choose to credential. So you have to show,
right.
meet a
Well,
certain standard, and show that you're a professional organization and so on. So
the
yeah, I
the
mean,
problem
these,
the
and so
problem
what,
is
yeah,
the problem is this, Rick, you yourself on your show
mhm.
should be able to cover any topic.
You mean like get credentialed for any news event, you mean, or
You
just,
you should be able to cover any topic on your show
I
without
can,
interference from the federal government.
I
And the
do.
federal government should, well, you and I both know that there's so many censorship laws in this country the way it is right now that we can't you this is how we open the show. How we open the show is you were talking about how there's certain things that we are not allowed to talk about, and that's the issue. When we have
On the one platform, YouTube, there's one subject that, can result in some issues related to
yes,
the jab in the arm. But
yes,
that is also largely because of, well, we don't want to get into that too much, but
exactly, yes,
but it doesn't stop me from talking about it, and it is a, private, it's privately owned, so they can make their rules over there, and there are other places we can talk about these things without fear. It's not that there's a federal government list of censorship rules or laws that prevent us from talking about it. That's a YouTube thing. That's not a government thing.
so you know about Bill C4, right?
Elaborate.
Okay, so Bill C4 is falsely called the the conversion therapy bill.
Hmm.
I want to be very careful what I say and how I say this, but um, we have basically the there's we have males and females, and this is a scientific fact. Should not be up for debate. Should not be up for. We all know it's a scientific fact, and so Bill C4 provides a 5-year prison term to anyone who teaches science to children that want to change their identity. Let's just say it that way.
Hmm.
So I got to be very careful how I say this because I don't want to go to prison for 5 years. That's Bill C4. So that's
So
extremely
let's just backtrack a little bit, because I struggle
sure.
with this, right? I keep
Right.
hearing this. There's only men or males and females,
Yes, yes,
and you say that's a scientific fact.
yes.
Now you're a candidate with the Christian Heritage Party, so that
That's correct.
instantly tells me that you're a Christian
Yes,
and you believe in God.
yes,
And so I guess it then logically flows that children are all basically created by God, and we're all created in the image of God.
yes.
Okay. And so when a baby is born, it's a gift from God, essentially, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So is there ever anything other than a man and a woman, or a male and a female?
Well, let me just be, if I thought we were going to be talking about this,
Yeah, me
I
too. I
would
don't
have,
know, but
I would have brought more things.
mhm.
Here, the short of it is, uh, we live in a world that God made perfect, and then when sin entered the world, uh, death entered the world.
Okay.
And so that means that everything does not always function the way God intended it to function, because we brought sin into the world. And so, and it's well documented, actually, and I could bring receipts for this at a later date, that plastic, the chemicals in plastic and hormones in plastic can affect a baby's gender. So
Okay,
that
but
means
yeah.
that means that we could have a person that had a deformity, had something outside what we see as being a normal situation for the past at least 6,000 years. So when you start
So
introducing, so
what
when you
what
start
what so
introducing,
what are you referring to?
so
What
when you, hmm, so
let me
as
okay,
far as
let me just
changing,
let
let
me
me put
okay.
it this way: as far as
Yeah.
changing gender,
Yeah.
okay, Sweden has banned this for minors. Finland has banned it for minors.
Mhm.
Britain currently has 1,000 lawsuits against its government
Mhm.
for its gender clinic.
Okay.
They have so many great stats about the suicidal harms it does to people, and so on and so on and so on. So the issue that I have is, if you're an adult,
Yeah.
well, you, we can't. If an adult chooses to do meth, that's their choice, and there's going to be consequences. But that's the freedom. I mean, we have alcoholics everywhere,
Okay.
and they use the freedom to drink alcohol, which is legal by the government.
Mhm.
The issue that I have is when children are involved, because if you have a child that is easily manipulated, they're
Mhm.
not allowed to buy cigarettes, they're not allowed to buy alcohol, they're not even allowed to vote.
Mhm.
I don't think they're, I mean, we know child's brains are not properly um, fully, um, I don't know what the proper term is, but until between 25 and 30. So that is not a time to being suggesting or introducing these concepts to a child. So, and we've learned from Sweden, we've learned from Finland, we've learned from Britain. So our country should not be promoting this harm to children.
Mhm.
And so that's, and on maybe on a different show I can bring up, but I've
Well,
written
I'm
about this
gonna okay.
extensively
You've
on my Substack.
about this
Um,
subject?
yes,
Yeah. Oh,
extensively. So I can bring you receipts for days.
okay.
Um,
Can I ask
but
you a question?
yes, please
And
do.
I
Ask me too. That was a
okay.
joke. Okay. All
This is
right.
this is such a difficult subject for so many people,
It is.
and
It is. And there needs to be love and grace
sure, yeah, I
and
agree with that.
acceptance.
Have you ever heard of the phrase hermaphrodite?
Yes, I have.
And do you know what that is?
Not specifically, no. I do know that there are, and that's what I'm kind of referring to earlier when I was saying there's exceptions to the rule. And there are
Mhm.
exceptions to the rule, but we should not, just because an exception exists, do
Uh-huh.
not mean we should try to make the norm the exception. That's why they're called exceptions to the rule.
Except that the
You know,
exception can also be the norm. And I'm going to show something here of people, and I just didn't know we were going to talk about this tonight, but here we go. Just viewer discretion advised. These are medical images. Okay, I'm just pulling them off Google. All right, and I'm gonna show everybody something here. And this is honestly, Brandon, why I struggle with this, especially when people say there are only two sexes, male and female. But I don't think that God really created a world where that's exactly true. So, and I was aware of this even as a kid, just because I remember watching a documentary. I think it was on PBS, years and years ago when I was very, very young. I think I was home from school sick one day and I saw the documentary about it. But here, like children, there are many children born intersex, they call it today. The phrase used to be hermaphrodite. That's outdated. They now call it intersex. Born with both male and female genitalia.
Yes.
This is just a medical fact.
Yeah, absolutely.
So how do people born with both male and female genitalia fit in?
And
is this a male or female?
And that's a great question. Now I've read enough that typically you can do a chromosome test and find out if they're XY chromosome or XX chromosome. So if you're XY chromosome, you're a man.
So what do you do when a child is born with male and female genitalia? Both.
Well,
is that male or female?
Well, that's a great question. The first answer is not to make the anomaly the rule. So
but it is a rule. Did God create that child?
Well, see, that's why earlier I was saying that when God made everything perfect. So when their DNA gets corrupted, right? That's because
is their DNA corrupted, or is that just the way God created them?
Oh, it's definitely that DNA corruption.
And how did that happen?
Very, very clear in scripture. It says male and female, he created them. And is God's first commandment to us was to be fruitful and multiply.
Well, how does God allow for someone's DNA to be chromosomes to be corrupted and then create that? Is God not responsible for that?
Well, we'll see. Shout out to Rimby John here from Alberta, because he said, Brandon, don't talk about religious stuff tonight.
You have to. You're part of the Christian Heritage Party.
Yeah,
it integrates religion with politics and the state. This is not about separation of church and state. This is quite the opposite.
Yeah, absolutely.
So good luck not talking about Christianity tonight.
Yeah, and so
that's okay.
With that fully,
but help me understand, because from your perspective, okay, how do you resolve that?
And I am very glad you asked me this, because I like the tough questions.
That's a tough one.
And so God made everything perfect.
Okay.
So he didn't make any mistakes. So, but when God made the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, he didn't make evil. He had to give humanity a choice, because God wanted a consensual relationship with humanity, not a bunch of robots. So he made us in his image, and he made us perfect in the Garden of Eden. It would be wonderful to see what that was like, because they were naked and unashamed. They had no shoes even. They couldn't stub their toe. So that must have been, I don't know, moss on the ground. I don't know. It was very nice. But when humanity chose to try to be God by eating from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, that's when sin entered the world. And the Bible says that when sin entered the world, death entered the world. There was no death before that decision was made.
A child born with both male and female genitalia is sinful?
So this, and it's a really great question that you're asking, Rick, because this actually goes to the heart of why many atheists don't believe in God. they don't believe in God because in their mind, a good, all-knowing, all-loving creator could not allow all the bad things that are happening in this world.
Uh-huh.
And so we love our children and we do our best to teach them correctly.
Regardless of
And
how they're born, right?
absolutely.
Yeah.
And so, but when people make selfish decisions, many times other people are negatively affected. And so people can say that it's, I mean, and there's like volumes this big written on this. I'm only like dipping my toe into the shallow end of this because this is a theological debate that's been going on for 6,000 years. But the short of it, for time's sake, is that through the Bible says that through one man sin entered the world, through Adam and Eve, and through one man.
Tell you what, you gather your thoughts a little bit because this is a pretty complex question. Going to take a little break and we'll come back with Brandon Pringle, candidate for the Christian Heritage Party. What riding are you in, Brandon?
I am in the Red Deer riding. They've changed it.
Okay.
It's now just called the Red Deer riding now.
Okay, so we'll continue with this conversation when we come back on the other side of this.
Maverick News. The world is watching.
And we're back with Brandon Pringle, Christian Heritage Party candidate in, is it just called Red Deer? Is that the riding? Red Deer?
Yep. It's just called Red Deer now.
Oh, is there more than one riding in Red Deer? Or is with another, no, just one?
No. And, okay, I'm not going conspiracy theory on anybody, but in my personal opinion, there was no reason to split the riding. They used to have half of Red Deer, 50,000 in the top half of a riding to its own. And then they changed, and they had a secondary one that had the bottom half of Red Deer. The new redistricting they did, they put Red Deer in one huge circle, and then way above and then way below and around Red Deer is another riding. And so in my opinion, whether I'm right or wrong, somebody somewhere decided that it would be more advantageous to them to redistrict it so that they can control a larger bunch of people with only one person. But yes, so
okay, so back to this question of
yes, so we don't run out of time. And if I knew that we were going down this route, I would be like way more prepared. But more than anything else, people have to be treated with love and decency and respect. That's the most important thing. Do you know how common is it for someone to be born with both male and female genitalia? Off the top of my head, I haven't read this for quite a while, but I have tons of literature on it. And if I'm not mistaken, we're talking about like 0.000000. So that's 7 zeros. So we'll see if I'm right when we come back to it. It's
much higher than that. It's like estimates.
I'm saying out of 9 billion people.
It's like,
So,
well, just it's about 1.7 to 2.5%. Some, depending on which surveys are out there, which medical records, in some cases you'll see numbers that come in a little higher than that. In some cases, more closer to even like 0.5% or 1%. But
right,
that equates to a lot of people.
right.
That's a lot of people when you've got, even in the United States, 400 million. You've got in Canada 40 million. So, that's 2%. That's quite a few people. That's for
Yeah,
every
and,
100 people,
I
you've
don't,
got one born like that.
and I think it's a lot of it has to do with the corruption of the DNA, but I don't know that for sure. But this
Mhm.
is what I do know.
Because of
I love
plastics and things like that, you think. But see, that's not really the case at all, because this is well documented all through history, and you go back and you'll see Greek, um, statues and sculptures with, you know references to this all through history. There's references to this. It's well documented that statistic is pretty much stable all through history, human history.
Okay, well, okay, so we'll have to do another show, and I will
Again,
bring my
there's
receipts,
two there's
and
two
you're
other shows we have
and
to do now.
yeah, and you're going to have to bring yours too, Rick.
I am bringing mine. I showed you
Okay.
the pictures. That's
Well,
undeniable.
no,
That's
no,
what
no,
that is,
but
right?
yes, you showed
So
pictures,
so
but to
right
give you a
there,
little bit pushback on
okay.
that, you were giving
I keep
stats, and
Yeah.
I know the stats, and
uh,
most of the stats that we see are manufactured stats, so that the people that are doing the stats can push a certain narrative.
these are just medical
So
records,
we'll
and
we'll come
these
back. We'll
these
come back. We'll
these
we'll come.
are
Well,
I've
they
looked,
they say that usually when you dig
and I
deeper.
can tell you also,
Uh,
because I've looked at this issue before. This is why I struggle with it, because it's, the laws and the approach even have changed over the decades. If you go back to like the 1950s, parents would be given options by the doctors after a child like that was born. Okay, and they
right,
would, well, what do you want to do? Do you want to make it a boy or do you want to make it a girl? And then they
right,
would go surgery. And at that point, now you're leaving it in the hands of the parent. And so there's been, some deviation on the approach that medical professionals have taken over the years, depending on societal pressures, culture, laws, all of these kinds of things, right? And so things started to shift around like the 1990s. And I remember I've done stories on this in past decades. Then you get in, and things started to really change more toward around the early 2000s. And the medical professionals began to shift more toward erring on the side of bodily autonomy and leaving a child without surgical intervention and encouraging parents to do nothing until the child became older and could have input and maybe even make a decision uh, on their own as to what they wanted to do. Just not have a surgical intervention or choose to have some sort of surgical intervention. And it depends on, in the States, it depends on what state you're in, what how the laws are, what the cultural norms are, what your religion states. There are all these really complex questions that arise from all of this, which is why I struggle with it. I also struggle when I hear politicians like my friend Maxime Bernier, who says that there are only two sexes, male and female, that's it. Or when I hear that, it's a scientific fact and there's only two sexes, and yet children are born every day just like that with male and female genitalia. So where does a person like that fit into our society, into our culture? How do we treat someone like that? If someone chooses to go through life without a surgical intervention, because you're saying you shouldn't have what do you call it? Gender conversion therapy, right? Or, well, you're saying people shouldn't be like making a choice as to what gender someone should be or what sex. And yet, if you're born with male and female genitalia, you have no choice but to make a choice. You can stay as you are, or you can choose to be a male, or you can choose to be a female, or something else, I guess. I don't know. I haven't ever had to deal with it personally, but if you're put in that position because God created you like that, that's the way you were born that way, then how do you fit into society? How do you fit? Do you go to the male washroom or the female washroom? Men's or women's? Do you get to play on the men's sports team or the women's sports team? What do you check off on your driver's license, male or female? And if there's no third choice, what do you put in? I don't know, Brandon. I don't know what to do with that. And if you've got a government that's legislating these things, or, saying it has to be this way, and then depending on what the laws are and the way the government interacts with society, that influences or even mandates a cultural response within our society, so that people are then judging how, these people who are born that way in God's image. So what do you do with somebody like that? And how do they respond? Do they then hide that so that they deny the existence of themselves and what they truly are? Or do you, I don't know what you do if you're born like that in a society that is intolerant of someone born that way.
Yeah, see, I think that's part of the issue here. The context in what I'm talking about parents going to prison for 5 years because they don't want their kids' breasts cut off, isn't the same conversation. We're having two totally different conversations. The one conversation,
I think it flows out of that, and then I think that
it can be some relative, but in the National Post article,
I know, I totally get what you mean, because sometimes people take things in other directions, right? Now it becomes a gray area.
Little girls that have been surgically sexually mutilated in Canada. None of those girls, right? None of those girls were hermaphrodites.
Are you sure?
They were all.
Are you sure?
Yes.
How do you know?
If you read the reports, right?
They say I don't know that, Brandon, and I don't think honestly that you really do either. Nor I don't think that they're not digging in.
We do. Sweden. When you look at all the data, if you go on my Substack and you look at all this data from Sweden and Finland, they're talking about children that are. So Big Pharma, Lupron made $750 million from hormone blockers in 2018. Like, this is a big pharma bonanza. Most people do not understand that. So to your point, where you're talking about when this started to become a huge societal issue. Well, it started to become a huge societal issue when hundreds of millions of dollars were flowing into universities to push this idea. So the guy that owns, I can't remember if it's Hilton Hotels, he has funded Harvard and all these different universities with hundreds of millions of dollars to teach this, promote this. And so now all of a sudden we have a whole bunch of people that are now confused when they weren't confused before. The data that we have from literally 40 years ago that the pro-life movement was sharing 40 years ago showed that if you teach kids about drugs, then they start doing drugs. If you teach kids about sex in school, they start having sex, and teen pregnancy and venereal diseases go through the roof. So it's very interesting that Pierre Trudeau famously said, and you might be 6 months older than me, so you might remember this, that Pierre Trudeau famously said the government has no business in the bedroom. Well, fast forward 40 years, and his son is breaking down the doors of homes, churches, and schools, demanding that this ideology is being taught to children. And so all I'm saying is that if you have that issue, then you have that issue, and we need to deal with it in the most sensitive, delicate way possible. Right. But but that does not that is not opening Pandora's box and allowing a bunch of people that have their own agenda to make money and use children as experiments to be able to do these surgeries on children with no long-term studies, except for what they have from places like Sweden and Finland, and it's disastrous. The in the trans community, the suicide rate is 40%, and 20 times that if you get the surgery. And the best medical, I wish I could, I think her name is Dr. Miriam Grossman. She's been doing this for 45 years, and she flat out says there's no room for this. What these kids need is proper guidance and affirmation and love and truth. And typically they walk out of this, and they only got confused because somebody introduced the idea to the first place. So I mean, that is probably, without having more, I mean, bringing the raw data so I can show that I'm bringing receipts, that's probably where she would leave that for now.
Yeah, because like there are only, I think, 16 states in the U.S. that even allow for on a birth certificate for a third indicator other than male, female. So these intersex births are widely underreported.
Yeah, and imagine if we changed all the rules, like everything was subject to, like, most of the rules and everything that we have in society that we can function under is based on, we have basic rules, and if we have an exception to the rule, then we manage that as appropriately. We don't all of a sudden bring all the, I mean, because we're actually, ultimately, we're talking about, it's funny because we're talking about free speech, but we're also talking about truth. I mean, the UK court, the Supreme Court of Britain was finally forced to say a woman is a woman. They're not. So, I think even the high courts of the land still understanding the importance of the love and the kindness and all the way that we need to treat people.
And that being said, I think we all need to recognize that, well, some people would say courts are corrupt, and so you can't get a good ruling on anything these days.
Right.
I think it's more accurate to say courts are a reflection of what communities, the courts rule in alignment with what is referred to as community standards, meaning whatever the cultural standard or most common cultural accepted reality is. It's community standards. It's like, what does the community accept? That's the sort of the legal Overton window that through which the legal system, the courts look in order to make those rulings. So the ruling on whether it's just a male or a female is a reflection of where society is at politically, not just legally. So it doesn't necessarily reflect what the scientific reality of something is. Even though you can insert the scientific argument, there's still a cultural argument that is integrated into the legal process and the decision that ultimately comes out of a legal process.
Yeah, and that's a great point. And I think that because, well, I like to use the states as a good example because they have a much better legal system than ours. Is it perfect? No, you're dealing with people. It's never going to be perfect. But there's certain fundamental things that, even though the wheels of justice move slow, most of the issues that come up with American law have to do with judges trying to reinterpret the original Constitution. And just because people think all of a sudden now that 16-year-olds should be able to go get cannabis, doesn't mean they should. So we just because
That's dealt with through legislation, though.
yeah, sorry.
That's dealt with more through legislation and laws directly through the legislative branch rather
Yes,
than the judicial.
and God's model was one rule. God's model was love your neighbor as yourself. That was one rule. And then when people got more evil and more sinful, he gave us the 10 Commandments. I mean, it's pretty simple. Like the foundational structure from countries that are the most successful, it's like statistically you can't even make any.
So let's
argument.
just backtrack a bit.
Yeah.
When I say community standard, the one that I usually use as a reference point is like strip clubs.
Yes.
So
that's a great one.
Rulings on strip clubs, even without legislative changes or changes to law, especially in Canadian society and through Canadian law, the rulings you'll get in the way that strip clubs are governed has changed over the decades.
Oh,
and
yes.
It's based on what they call community standard, because at some points you couldn't have complete nudity. Strippers would need to leave it like a G string on. Then over time, even that changed so that the courts would then rule. If cops would go in and lay charges against a strip club, it would be challenged in court. And then the court might then rule later, 10 years later, that no, the dancers don't need to wear G strings. This is depending on what the community standard is at the time, not just what is in the law, because it's not just about following the letter of the law, it's about following the spirit of the law, and it should be a reflection of community standards.
Yes. I think one of the most unfortunate things that have happened in that arena is I was organizing an event here in Red Deer, and it was going to happen inside a church. And so because it was inside a church, they said you can't use profanity. Makes sense. So a couple of my speakers were very well known to use profanity. So I said to them, this event is about freedom of speech, so I will not compel your speech. However, I do want to make you aware that actions have consequences. And so, for example, the Supreme Court legalized pornography under the guise of freedom of speech. Now,
and expression.
It's in this book that's one of their plans to destroy the society. So if you and that legalized pornography is almost every serial killer that they find, they trace it all back to pornography. And so there are reasons for freedom of speech, but there's also boundaries of freedom of speech. And if you abuse the boundaries that they're designed for, you can have very extreme negative consequences. And so I said to my people, I said, I'm not going to censor your speech. Just know that should you choose to exercise your freedom in this way, I will be probably
I'm going to kick your butt out of here.
Yes, I will be in violation of the contract, and they probably won't ask me back.
Right. So there's a limit on free speech in that venue. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's harms, and the amount there's and any person that's counseled marriage that's been ripped apart. None of them say, "Oh, there's so many positive benefits to pornography." They all say the opposite. So, if somebody chooses to do that on their free time, then that's their choice. But it's not a wise way to raise a family in a
So after all this, it comes down to this: are there only two sexes, male and female, or is there anything else?
In what I believe, that the vast majority of scientists that are asked this question will say there's only two genders. There are anomalies.
So if there are anomalies, then there's
more. An anomaly, like a thalidomide baby that's not born with it's born without its arms, it's still a baby. I think there's basic thing. Can you procreate? Like, part of this issue is there's a war against reality, and all through scripture talks about people trying to remake themselves in their own image, not an image.
The war on reality is coming directly from conspiratorial anti-Semitism, in my estimation, and certain live streamers that have latched onto that, and have made constituted huge online followings as a result. But it really comes down to the pictures I just showed you. How do you resolve that?
Well, I mean,
is that an anomaly? Or is that just, an anomaly would be something very unusual, but maybe it's not an anomaly. I would suggest that it's not an anomaly. It's a naturally occurring thing at a consistent rate all through human history. So that's not an anomaly. That's just natural. In fact,
I would totally dispute that. I would totally dispute that. I don't think you can find the number of hermaphrodite people throughout history is like on the. I think the statistics would bear that that's almost non-existent.
In fact, Brandon, it's present all through nature, in different kinds of animals.
Animals are animals. We are human beings made.
Yeah, I know, but it's a biological thing. And you know where I became really aware of this as a kid? I used to have pigeons. I used to raise pigeons when I was young, like 9, 10 years old. I had a pigeon coop out behind my parents' house. Do you know what happens with pigeons? Pigeons, if you have a male and a female pigeon, you'll get 2 eggs, and the male will fertilize them, and they'll hatch.
Right.
But if you put 2 females together, you know what happens?
No.
You get 4 eggs. And you know what happens? They don't hatch.
No. Oh.
Because you know what they're doing? They are naturally homosexual or bisexual. So there's this thing that happens, and I know it to be true because I had the pigeons, and this happens, right?
Yes.
So if they lay 4, you know that you've got 2 female pigeons, and that ain't going to work so good for reproduction, but they might have a good time.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Well, it's
okay, but they're just doing their pigeon thing. They don't know any better, right? So that's just a fact of that's God. So I was a kid, like, I'm seeing this happen, and I'm like, oh, okay, I didn't judge. It's just that's what happens.
Right. I think that
and no yoke, by the way.
Above all things, well, to me, it should be very simple. Can you have a baby? Can you not? I mean, if you can have a baby, you're a woman. If you can't have a baby, you're not.
But what if you're a woman? What if you're a woman who can't have a baby? Does that make you less of a woman?
No, absolutely not. You would have female organs.
Is she an anomaly?
Well, I guess it depends on what your definition of anomaly is. And the
Well,
definition, the way
that's
that I'm using it is
yeah,
it's
it's
not,
tough.
it's not, um,
Mm.
if we have 9 billion people and 0.00000 of 1% has this challenge, we should not try to remake reality because we have this challenge that we need to walk out with love and decency, or otherwise turn children who manifest every single perfection. They're not dealing with extra. See, and this is where we get into a major issue here. It's like, okay, well, this person has an anomaly, which is not the norm. Um, and so now we should surgically mutilate children to copy that. That just makes no sense whatsoever. So and it actually goes farther to, do we even believe in God? Or do we think we're like Noah Harari of the WEF that thinks that, we should just keep evolving humans and hang them, stick chips in their brains and cause them to evolve to the next level.
The odd thing about Yuval Noah Harari is that when I've gone and listened to his actual interviews, as much as he's been demonized by some people, when I've read his work and listened to him, and I haven't listened to everything, and I
Yeah,
haven't
yeah,
read
yeah.
all of his work, but what I find him saying is he actually kind of issues warnings to people through his work about these things. He's just, in my view, what I'm hearing him say is he's
Mm-hmm.
acknowledging that these things are happening, and he's saying, I don't think that he's necessarily promoting these things. He's a futurist, so he's predicting the future, and he is recognizing trends, and I think he is largely trying to make people aware that these technologies, these cultural changes, societal changes are all coming, whether we like it or not, and we need to be aware and start to prepare for it and deal with it. That's what I get from him. And yet when I listen to people who I think largely watch too much InfoWars, they demonize him. They've turned him into this character that can be whacked at like a pinata in order to further a political narrative. I have not, I see the clips, which I've then gone and researched, and sometimes I'm finding that they're taken kind of out of context. And so, like, I'll dig deeper into his stuff in the months and years ahead, I'm sure. But I don't know, man. Like, I again, there
Well,
I'm finding
so
some
if you read this book, Rick,
anomalies in the reporting.
if
Yeah,
you read this book,
the naked communist. Who wrote that, by the way?
it's W. Cleon Skousen.
W.
He,
Cleon
yes,
Skousen.
he
How do you
was
spell the
a
last name?
S as in Sam, K
Yeah,
as in kangaroo,
yeah.
O as in October, U as in umbrella, S as in Sam, E as in Echo, N as in Nancy.
Okay.
He was a former FBI agent it's his job to travel all over America and find out if communism was a threat to the US government.
Mm-hmm.
And this book is a result of it. And so
Yeah.
when you read his book and you know what their game plan is, when you hear people like Noah speaking, you know what they're saying. Communism, one of the trademarks of communism is when they say a word, what it means to you and what it means to them are two totally different things. One of the best examples of this is social justice. When you heard all the Marxists in the States saying social justice, when they were killing 25 people and doing $2 billion worth of damage before the 2020 election, that's social justice. For normal thinking people like you and I, social justice means we love each other in the community, and if there's injustices like slavery or other things, we work together to fix those things. We don't need to do $2 billion worth of damage. We don't need to murder 25 people in order for social justice to happen.
Yeah.
But like, how much time do we got left?
As much time as we want to take.
Okay. So on the CHP platform, Christian Heritage Party platform, we've been around for about 40 years. We have this. If you go on our website, you can see this wonderful thing that they've made, and most of it says the number one is protect all innocent human life from conception to natural death. Of course, everybody would understand conception being talking about abortion. But the reason they say natural death is because we've, with our medical assistance dying program in Canada, there's been 60,000 people killed in a very short period of time. More than anywhere, like more than all, the US, more than all the European countries combined. And so the pro-life community warned about this if it wasn't given very strict guidelines, that it would lead to this. And of course it has. But end the income tax, replace revenue with a fair tax on purchases, end the war on carbon, withdraw from the Paris Climate Accord.
Stop for a sec. Can you back up to the tax thing?
Yes.
So you want to end the income tax?
Yes.
And
replace
then
revenue with a fair tax on purchases.
That would be a sales tax.
Yes, that's right.
So do you have any more details on that? Because my goodness, income tax, I think it comprises, oh my gosh, I have to think 30% of national revenue. Is that about right?
Yes. And so what people fail, Winston Churchill said, the farther you look into the past, the farther you can see into the future. He also said, the only thing we learn from history is we don't learn from history. So we didn't have an income tax before the World War.
Right.
So then a good leader, right, is not supposed to continue to make the same mistakes over and over and over again. A good leader has said, what's the ideal and how close can we get to the ideal? So the government bureaucracy, oh my goodness, like it is,
so you want to put the tax entirely on the consumption side.
Absolutely.
And what is the ultimate goal of shifting the tax burden on society in that way, or the tax load distribution?
Well, one of the beauties is that, you hear politicians all the time saying, pay your fair share, pay your fair share, pay your fair share. Well, if it's a consumption tax, it's impossible not for them to pay their fair share. What people have not recognized is how the tax laws are written in this country. Politicians get into power and they go, oh, well, if I vote for this way and this way, we can have these tax benefits. If it's scheduled this way and I can set up my business this way to avoid all the taxes. Instead of having all these, and what happens is for people like you and me, the average Joe who have a job, we get taxed really, really terribly, where the billionaires get access to all these write-offs and all these other things because they have all these tax laws that are written in their favor. If that was all taken away and it was a pure consumption tax, then it would be guaranteed that the billionaire will be always paying his fair share, because he's going to want his pool, he's going to want his Rolls Royces and his ski trips, and I
would argue that's not going to happen. I'll tell you why. I cannot explain why I think that won't happen.
It could.
If it's only on consumption, not on income generation, then the billionaire spends a far lower percentage of their income on actual consumption. And they use a much higher percentage of portion of their income and their wealth for savings and investments, which then creates even more wealth for them because they only need to consume so much. And then even if they consume lavishly as a billionaire, they might be able to purchase like a Lear jet, a mansion, 5 pools, a Mercedes Benz, and 17 Jaguars, and still have a huge giant amount of money in the bank, in mutual funds, in gold investments, in offshore accounts.
See, the problem is that because people have done it this way for so long, they can't think outside of that.
I'm
Like,
thinking,
and going back to a time when
yeah,
we didn't have an income tax.
Yeah.
Like, so how did they do that? For the first 200 years of America, how did they do that? So go back to what was working before. There was no reason the income tax should have been repealed long time ago. And if you look at, I was born in the 60s. Yeah, I know. I look so young. It doesn't look like I'm that old, but I was born in the 60s. And back then, the government was 90% smaller than it is. And the problems were 90% smaller than they are. The larger the government gets, the worse it gets. I mean, one of the best examples of this, have you ever heard of Reason TV as a show on YouTube? It's called Unintended Consequences. And one of these shows they do is so good. The government thought we should do a luxury tax on luxury yachts.
Yeah.
So they bring in this luxury tax. Well, the only people it hurt were the people that made the yachts, all the people at the bottom of the food chain. So going back to where we didn't have, see, the founders of America.
Well, this is America. We're in Canada. But
well, I know, but
so
but,
if you
but
get rid
they-
of the
but they
income
did it-
tax and replace it with strictly a sales tax, we already pay in Ontario 13% sales tax between the
Right,
provincial and
but-
federal government taxes, which is harmonized. They call it the HST out here. So would your taxation system be more or less progressive, or would it be more or less regressive?
Because the more pools you buy, the more tax you pay.
Well, how many pools does one person need?
Right? The more, well, see, that's just it.
But just because you're richer doesn't mean you buy more pools. So you're going to generate a lot less revenue, which means you're going to have to, because your billionaire's only going to buy 1 pool or maybe 3, not 20. And so after he stops buying pools, he's not going to buy any more.
That's true. But every politician comes out and says the billionaires need to pay their fair share, while they're making the laws so that they can benefit from all the tax loopholes to get around this. So
your system would be more of a burden on the poor than people, even the middle class, or your system is regressive. Sales taxes are regressive.
Not with zero. If you imagine having you already have a 13% tax.
Yeah.
Which is too high.
Okay.
So if you have I don't know what the amount would be, 5 to 10% tax, then there's no all of these tax loopholes and that stuff. So the billionaires are going to be paying way more taxes than, because all the taxes are going to be
they're not going to pay more anymore. No, Brendan, they're not, because they're not going. Yeah, they will consume more, and they'll consume more consumer luxury goods, but they won't consume more after the tax changes necessarily than they did before. But because you're getting rid of the
What's the
taxation on
lowest
the
tax
income
rate you've
side,
ever had in your life, Rick? What's
sorry,
the
what's
lowest
that?
tax rate? What's the lowest tax rate you've ever had?
It depends on how much money you make. Like right now, I make nothing.
Right.
So, so my
Yeah.
tax rate is pretty much
Me
zero,
too.
man, because you can't
Right.
get blood from a stone. And I'm
Right.
not joking. Because because it's precisely for the reason I just said. We have a progressive tax system. Do you know what I understand?
So,
Do you understand what I mean by that?
absolutely. But what people don't understand is,
The more you
so
make, the higher the tax rate gets, right?
Mitt Romney
Yeah.
was in a he paid 14% taxes,
Okay.
and he's worth $250 million. So
Okay.
so if there was no loopholes and you had no income tax, see, if you look at the Harvard studies about taxes, what you will find is that 33% is the maximum. You cannot tax people more than 33%. If you do,
On income
it
tax, you mean?
results, sorry?
An income tax or just an overall tax rate?
Overall tax. If you tax them more than 33%, that results in a net loss of taxation.
I understand.
So,
yeah.
so that means, since if you look at the Canadian Tax Federation stats, that our tax freedom day is, I think it's mid-June, June 15th.
Yeah.
So that means that we're working until June just to pay for all the government waste and the amount of and when I was a kid, Rick, the other thing was that it was if you worked for the government, you were a public servant.
Mm-hmm.
And so you accepted lower wages than a similar job in the private sector, and the trade-off was that you got gold-plated health benefits and gold-plated defined benefit pension plans, which nobody has anymore. So the government employees need to be making less money than the private sector because they get all those extra benefits. The bureaucracy is so ridiculous and so huge and so out of control. And budgeting, like it is, if they don't.
Do you understand what's going to happen if you get rid of income tax and replace it with just a sales tax?
Absolutely. We're going to go back to a time where you have so much people spending, and which causes the velocity of money, which means that lower taxes. This is a proven fact over and over and over again by every economist.
Do you understand what the velocity of money is? Can you explain it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Getting it moving to the baker and the guy that makes shoes and all these other things. So less taxes means more tax income. And we did it before the world wars. We can do it again.
But if you get rid of the income tax and have only a sales tax, where does the burden of taxation lie?
Well, see,
to what degree?
If you're only paying 13% tax on purchases and you have all your income that comes in, you're like, I don't understand why anyone would argue for paying a 33% income tax as well as a 13%.
The amount that you pay in income tax is dependent on how much money you make, and then there's there's a cap at each level, and then there's a cap at the top, and so But if you see, if you take all that away and you only put it on consumption through a sales tax,
Yes.
then you're if you then you're to replace like 30% of federal revenue, which is normally collected through income tax. Now you have to replace 30% of your federal revenue, or you have to cut programs, make cuts to your budget, which you might say is a good idea, maybe not, whatever, but people need to be aware that they might have to do with less, or you're going to have a pretty sizable in Canada to replace that income tax revenue to the federal government. I don't even know what the percentage on a sales tax would have to be.
If
You'd have to be at like 25, 30, 35%.
well, see, the problem is when people have listened to economists for so long that have told us things that are flat out wrong over and over and over again, they believe that it can't be done. It can be done. We used to do it.
You can do it if you want to. I'm just saying that it's going to be regressive because
And
if the way you're collecting the tax is to slap let's just say for the sake of simplicity in this argument, that you have a 35% sales tax on everything across the board in order to replace the income tax. You get a billionaire who goes to the grocery store and buys his groceries for the week. That person can only eat so much. So they buy their groceries. And if they spend, say, $100, now they're going to pay $135. If a poor person goes to the grocery store and they need to eat, and then they buy their groceries and they spend $100, then they have to spend $135. The $35 they might not have because they're scraping by when they're having to pay $100. Now they got to pay $135.
There wouldn't be any reason. Yeah, there wouldn't be any reason for there to be any higher of a consumption tax than 13% than
Well, yes,
Ontario
there would be
has.
because we have that now. Plus, we have other forms of taxation, and income tax makes up about the largest percentage of federal revenue. So you have to replace that huge amount of money. And with income tax being a progressive system, people who make a lot more money do pay more in taxes. It's because it's based on a percentage. So if you make $100,000 a year, you're going to pay a lot more in income tax than someone who makes $20,000 a year.
You would think that, but that's not true. And the reason
it is
why
true. It's absolutely true.
Because
of course it's true.
The billionaires have so many tax write-offs that they end up paying little to no taxes. So with a 13%, like it's impossible. Like if you went to people and say,
so your answer to that problem with billionaires not paying what you would say is their fair share is to just not have them pay anything at all?
No, they're going to, if they're paying 13% purchase tax on everything they buy,
which they already do
with no write-offs. But see, they get,
which they already
that's
do.
It. That's just Rick. No, they get all that money back. When you have all these loopholes and tax benefits, like if you're a small business owner, okay, it's 50,000 roughly of revenue that you can do without paying any tax at all. So
actually,
the two things, but it's not. This is this is not a one-legged chair, Rick. It's a four-legged chair.
Yes.
You start getting rid of all the bureaucrats and finding all the efficiencies in the government. You unlock the potential of our Trudeau. Trudeau said no to Poland. Poland came to Trudeau and said, please sell us gas. And Trudeau said no. And Germany.
What's this got to do with income tax?
What it's got to do with income tax is if we are getting all our resources out of the ground and selling our resources all over the world and making a ton of income, we don't need to be unnecessarily taxing our own people, and especially overtaxing our own people. Let me tell you, in Saudi Arabia, they don't have the poor and the homeless encampments and all this stuff that we got going in Toronto, because they sell their oil and they sell their gas.
Where's this
And
you're talking
so
about?
Saudi Arabia. They don't have homeless tents like in Toronto. They don't have homeless encampments. They don't have, in my close city of Red Deer of 100,000, there's hundreds of homeless people. They don't have hundreds of homeless people in Saudi because they actually sell their oil and gas. So when Qatar, oh, I forgot to, so Poland, Trudeau said no to. Trudeau also said no to Germany, who came and begged to sell natural gas to, and Japan. And Trudeau said no to all of them. When the NDP was in the combination.
Why did he say no?
Because his excuse was that we couldn't make a case for it, and a financial case. This is what he said. Well, what that means in politician lying speak is we've put so many onerous regulations on oil and gas companies because we don't want them making a bunch of money, because we don't want people to be free. We want people under our thumb. And so we will hold. I don't think
it's that simple. I don't think it's
sorry.
That simple. It's not that simple.
It is. It is. It is. It really is that simple.
No,
if you look,
there's just all this politics, and you have all these interprovincial trade barriers, and you have First Nations, and you have foreign money flowing into the country, funding environmental groups and other people who then inject lawfare and
have you looked into the
political reasons and corruption.
Okay.
And it goes on and on. It's not because the government doesn't want you to be free, Brandon. It's because it's because everybody's playing politics, and some people are getting their pockets lined. And I would argue that some of the money going into people's pockets is coming from dark sources, including foreign governments. And I don't think you have to look too far there in Alberta, much further than say maybe Montana and into the United States, where you have people with other interests and would rather have those pipelines flowing south anyway, rather than east-west. And so look for corruption and people blocking things when, you maybe think it's the federal government, when in reality, it's people launching lawsuits to block a pipeline. And then you've got everybody fighting, and Quebec is like, screw you, man. You're not putting no pipeline through here because of this and that and the environmental thing and all of this thing. Meanwhile, they're getting some money over here from some.
So let me ask you a question, Rick. How did Trudeau legalize marijuana?
Oh, I think he said, hey, Canadians, do you want legal marijuana? And all the neo hippies out there were like, yes, I'll vote for you.
So when he got into power,
which I disagree with.
Me too. When he got into power, all he had to do to say to all the liberals that he was in charge of, we're gonna pass a law to make marijuana legal, and they all went zig heil and said yes, and voted it in.
Excuse me.
And so,
what?
Nothing. I didn't say
anything. Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
No,
you accused all the marijuana smokers of being zig heilers.
No.
Yes, you did. I heard you.
No. They're no.
Did I hear you wrong? Did my ears
I'm
deceive
saying the
me?
liberal MPs that didn't care about how it hurt seniors. So you should look into this, Rick. How many the skyrocketing number of seniors that have had to visit emergency, because now that marijuana is legal, they're more than ever, they're experimenting on marijuana and cannabis cookies and cannabis gummies, and so lots of times they overdose. I mean, they're not going to die way, but lots of times it makes a person very paranoid and make them feel that way. So there's constant visits to emergency that never should have been happening. And the liberals, Trudeau told all the liberals, you're going to vote this way. And they all immediately just did exactly what he told them to. So to give you an idea of how dramatically a country can turn things around. If you look at Trump's presidency from 2016 to 2020, the people on the lowest end of the food chain, their income rose higher than any other segment of the population in American history. And so you don't have to look any farther than
wait. Under Trump, first term, you're saying that income for the poor rose
the
faster
lowest,
than
the lowest segment of earners rose higher than any other time in U.S. history.
I'm going to take another break. We're going to come back in a sec.
All right.
Stay with me. We'll be right back with Brandon Pringle, Heritage Christian Party. Stay with us, folks.
Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals, defenders of individual rights and freedoms, credible, trusted, grounded in reality. Maverick News, defending free speech, Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Maverick News. Expose lies and tell truth. The world is watching.
We're back.
So back to with the income tax. I mean, this is a four-legged stool, right? It's not it's a 4-point plan. First, we're gonna gut the bureaucracy. It's the amount, it's so bad, Rick. The city of Calgary has 1,400 firefighters.
Mm-hmm.
The city of New York has 20,000 firefighters,
mm-hmm.
and they have the exact same number of bureaucrats.
Mm-hmm.
So the number of bureaucrats needs to be cut to manage the same percentage. There's so much waste. There's so much.
What city? Winnipeg?
Sorry?
Did you say Winnipeg?
No, there's so much waste.
Yeah, but what city are you referring to?
No, Calgary, city of Calgary and New York City.
Okay.
Same amount of bureaucrats. They have 20,000 employees.
Right.
So Calgary uses the same number of bureaucrats to manage 1,400 as America uses to manage 20,000.
Okay.
Like the amount of bureaucracy and waste is just off the charts. The unions, during the 2008 financial crisis, GM
Okay, stop for a second.
Yeah.
So if you want to fix that, why are you running for the CHP in a federal election?
If I want to fix the bureaucracy?
Well, you're talking about Calgary firefighters.
But I'm just using that as an example of how much waste there is across the entire system. So
right.
we need to, we're told You know, do you remember when the Sun newspaper used to have what they called
just
the
for,
sunshine
so
list?
people understand why I'm asking, is because that, then if you want to change that, you run for municipal office, and then that's something that's dealt with at the municipal level, and there would
Yes.
be provincial transfer payments that would factor into that. So you could have a little bit of influence through your provincial government, through provincial transfer
Yeah,
payments to the
but
municipal level, through in
the
Ontario that
federal
they call it
on a
the Ontario
federal
Municipal Act. But
yeah, on a
I,
federal level,
yeah,
you force you tell provincial governments that you need to be more efficient in what you're doing. So
Mhm.
you have to be more efficient, number one, and it's totally possible. Number two, you have to be on a mission to government employees. Like, I don't know if you ever heard of the Sunshine List,
Yeah, anybody
but they
making
used
over
to
100
publish
grand,
all
yeah,
the people that made over 100 grand a year.
yeah.
And they used to say, well, we have to pay them this much money to attract good people. So,
Mhm.
well, there was just as good people back when I was a kid, when the
I'll do it
bureaucracy
for
was so tiny.
29.95.
And
I'll,
sorry?
I'll do it for 29.95
Well, okay,
because I could
exactly.
use a job.
And get rid of, like, Alberta used to be the 50th, the 14th best
Mhm.
place in the world to invest in oil and gas. Now we're in the 70th percentile. So that nobody wants to invest in oil infrastructure in Canada because they're terrified of what the Trans Mountain pipeline did. It cost them, I think it was $4 billion, and the government's still operating it as a loss right now.
Yeah.
That, I mean, all this stuff is totally avoidable. So it's deliberate. It's not accidental. Mark Carney left the Bank of England in a mess, and so it's shocking that anybody thinks that he's now going to come over here and
Are you
save.
sure it was him and not Liz Truss?
Sorry, what was that?
Are you sure it was Mark Carney and not Liz Truss who caused the financial problems? I mean, she's blaming him, but when I look at what she actually did, she was the shortest serving British prime minister
Oh yeah. So the thing with the thing.
for a
Okay, so
reason.
they're, well, let's put it this way: they're both to blame.
Mm,
But see, if if a and remember, people are forgetting that Mark Carney was Trudeau's basically backroom manager for advisor, and so it's like you created $620 billion, and have you seen the eye-watering amount of money that Carney wants to spend now? $130 billion deficits until 2029.
mhm.
Like like they're selling us into slavery, and
Mm,
so 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 Canadians have,
depends. Depends
if
though, Brandon.
sorry.
It depends. What are they spending the money on?
Well, see, that's just it. Has your life gotten better in the last 9 years?
Well, I'm looking ahead. So we're talking about, like I've been, trying to compare the conservative versus the liberal plans for things like the housing plan.
Right.
And when I look at the two plans, frankly, the Carney plan is more free market and has the elements of success built into it more so than the conservative plan. As much as I'm a conservative, I'm looking at it, and the main reasons are that the conservative plan, if you read it, it basically relies on the reduction of sales tax to generate to lower pricing. Then it uses incentives and penalties aimed at municipalities to reduce red tape and facilitate you just try to get some of the government bureaucracy out of the way to streamline home building in municipalities and then incentivize the reduction of those regulations by offering financial rewards to the municipalities on the other side if they kind of get out of the way of the developers. And they're also looking at selling off government buildings, I think, in sort of downtown areas. It's a little gray to me exactly what they mean by that, but they want to turn government buildings or the land maybe that the buildings sit on into spaces where they're going to build houses. But the Carney plan looks a lot more like the kind of plan that emerged after World War II with the the wartime home building boom that resulted after that. And the reason I say it's more market oriented is because even though it's a government program, it's really just providing the financial triggers and the capital that would be necessary, injecting that into the system to allow market forces to take over and unleash the power of the market to then build houses by creating incentives through, first of all, you have the tax reduction. And then also he's making, I think it's a $10 billion fund available, for instance, to create a financing pool, especially for first-time home buyers, that they can then access for things like mortgages. Okay. And so by making that capital available, that's, yeah, you're putting tax money up, but that's a good investment because real estate is a solid, stable investment for the country that people then can pay back over time. And it's a good investment because it creates housing, which people then live in. It creates communities for families where people can then build a future and go to work and pay off those mortgages back into the federal government through taxes, through jobs that they then are able to have, through building a community, expanding consumption because they now have a solid base and a place from which to live. It builds entire communities, and that's an investment in the future, which you want to talk about velocity of money. There's your velocity of money because you're creating, you're not just investing in a home that you're just going to build for someone. You're giving them a leg up and you're giving them a way to enter the market and become that first-time home buyer through the purchase of a modular home, which, even though he's been criticized, and I'm tired of sticking up for this guy, I don't mean to, because I'm not even a liberal, okay? But when I'm looking at these plans and I look at that, I'm like, this guy's an economist. This is actually a plan that is a little bit more robust than what I'm even seeing from Poiliever, because it really is an investment in the future. It's an investment in the country. And then from that, you're going to get velocity of money through the whole economy because the people who live in those houses go to jobs, then they buy cars to put in their driveways. And then because they have a place to live and families, you have to open schools. And then you've got, wherever they're working, you've got variety stores and a dry cleaner next to that and a strip mall. And you're building the future that way. And the thing that I'm sort of seeing on the conservative side that's a little bit lacking, which I'm surprised has not come from Poiliever and the conservatives, frankly, because traditionally they are better at managing the economy than the liberals have been. But with this Carney plan, he's providing the capital, the money. He's making that accessible to people, that capital that otherwise they might not have access to, probably would not, through simple bank loans or bank mortgages without the government program, which they probably would not be able to access because they wouldn't be able to afford it, because the capital simply wouldn't be there for them, which is a barrier to entry into the market. And the modular homes, even though he's being criticized for having some sort of a conflict of interest because Brookfield has investments in modular home building, as I understand it, the companies that Brookfield is largely invested in, most of that stuff is actually out of country construction. And the modular home building that would take place inside Canada, a lot of that would be tendered out, first of all. So there would have to be contracts awarded based on merit and criteria laid out by the government, which would then ensure that the contracting procedures would be fair and transparent through tenders being issued. But it's not really a fair criticism, because these would be other companies that would be Canadian based. And he's saying it's Canadian lumber, Canadian steel, Canadian to the core, which means that would be the criteria. You have to be a Canadian company in order to bid on these homes. And because they're using modular homes as the basis for their plan, it's also far more efficient. They can actually build them extremely quickly. And that really harkens back to the post-World War II home building plan, which was very similar, not modular homes so much, but if you go around a lot of places around here, especially in like London and just place where I grew up, you'll see wartime houses. They're smaller, they're on smaller lots, but they were very affordable at the time. So veterans coming home could afford to buy these homes. Same basic approach. So this, to me, pretty sound economic plan. Regardless of whether it's liberal, conservative, I don't really care, as long as it works and it helps people. And that's that. So you can invest that money. I don't have a problem with that, because that is an investment. That's not wasting it on, I don't know, some study or some piece of art that sits in the middle of a field. One other thing, if I may, just one other thing about his plan. He's not talking about buying, old, or taking old government buildings and just converting them into apartments or something, which generally speaking through history has turned out to be the creation of slums, in many places. He's talking about just freeing up land, right? Just crown land, government controlled land, in order to facilitate the construction of these homes. And that, again, to me makes just a lot of sense. That's, in my view, not because, regardless of whether he's a liberal, conservative, or whatever, he's more conservative in free market than Justin Trudeau. And I can't find much fault with his plan. I don't really see a lot of fault with the Poilievre plan either, except that it gets mired down in red tape, and he's going to have some problems with municipalities that are going to push back on some of this stuff. And I think his whole plan could get bogged down in challenges from municipalities that don't want to comply with his demands for a reduction in regulations and some of the bureaucracy that's in place, because they're going to say that it's safety issues or environmental issues, and he's going to get bogged down in that stuff.
Yeah, the Liberal government has all their insiders have gotten extremely wealthy with millions, hundreds of millions of dollars. And this is, like, you can watch all the videos where they talk about how much money they got for doing no work and or next to no work. Like, one company, 4 employees, gets $50 million. Like, carney is
again, I don't know what you're talking. What are you talking? Like, if we're going to talk about things, I just, I don't know what that we are referring to. You're saying you saw a video about some corruption or something, but I don't know what the source is, whether that's credible, because I don't know. What are we talking about here? Next
show, I will bring receipts and a list of all the YouTube videos where you can watch all the testimony with all these things. But Carney is worse than Trudeau, because he's not a drama teacher.
I heard him last night.
Sorry?
So Poilievre said in his speech last night, probably said the same thing in Saskatchewan. He didn't carry his speech tonight, but Carney, he's worse. Trudeau, of course he's going to be worse.
Trudeau is the puppet.
Yeah.
Carney is the puppet master. He won't say how much he's worth. He doesn't say where all
is Poilievre. What about the leader of your party? Who's the leader of your party?
The CBC.
Who's the leader of your party?
The Ron Gray.
Ron Gray.
And
has Ron Gray
he's probably worth what his house cost.
Okay. So has he revealed? Do we know what's in his? Do we know what is in his investment portfolio? Has he made it all? Has he revealed it all?
The CPC reported that all the front runners in the election were willing to give their financials, but Mark Carney was the only one that wasn't. But that's really can be a red herring.
Indeed,
there's a famous political saying. Don't believe what they believe what they do.
Mm-hmm.
And so the Liberal government has completely and totally unnecessarily bogged down the country with so many ridiculous, before they even made any of these rules, Canada had the cleanest and best environmental record of any country in the world. They didn't need any of these regulations.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm totally serious. I'm totally serious. Yeah.
No.
Yes. Even when the
you mean like in years gone by, Canada had a pristine environmental record?
We still do.
In the before. Oh no.
Compared to any other nation, Canada has the cleanest gas in the world.
Well,
and so
I remember
they created regulations that were totally unnecessary.
I remember when I was a kid and I would go down to Lake Erie to the beach, and it would be like oil on the water. Okay.
Yeah.
The Detroit River one time caught fire when I was young. Okay.
Right.
And that was because of pollution from both sides of the border, mostly from the Detroit side and I think Saug Island. What else? Not far from here, there's a truck assembly plant where they used to take the waste from the paint that they used to paint the transport trucks, and they used to dump it out back, and the thinners and all the chemicals and crap, and so all that land is contaminated, and there has to be an environmental cleanup over there. There's another site up in a town not far from here where that's all contaminated.
Right.
No,
that's 50 years ago. And I'm talking about 2015.
Yeah, you know what? Things have gotten way better over time. Way better over time. The Great Lakes are cleaner today than they were back then.
But that's my point. So when we fast forwarded to 2015, we already had so many regulations, we didn't need any others. The only purpose and goal to bring those regulations in,
you just dump the crap out the back door
to get to wreck the economy. Like anybody that, like Thomas Sowell is a great, like if people would just listen to Thomas Sowell, a former Marxist who's now not a Marxist because he is a thinking person and
an economist. I know Thomas Sowell, economist.
And everything that he talks about is how communism fails and why. And like back to the saying, don't listen to what they say, listen to what they do. And the Liberals added $620 billion to the debt. They doubled so all our debt in Canadian history accumulated over 50 years.
Yeah.
They managed in only 9 years to double it. And get out of the way. If you let people build houses and you let oil companies get the oil out of the ground, we can lower our income tax and have higher revenues.
Right.
And so this is all deliberate.
But you need to capitalize those things, right? Well, free market is one thing, and that's fine. I'm a big free market guy, but if you start with zero and you have no capital, then you're still at zero. You need something to facilitate the
so you used to have sovereign wealth funds like Norway, these other these countries that would invest in Canada, that pull all their money from Canada because they're like, these Liberals are lunatics. They're racking up the debt. They're crushing the value of the Canadian dollar. It's a fraction of what it used to be. Right. Our inflation is out of control.
The dollar is a fraction of what it used to be.
Yes.
Yeah.
The inflation, under Trudeau, the meat that I bought went up 53%.
Yeah.
But there was no reason for any inflation. All the inflation was based on horrific government waste. If you
No,
get out of the way,
that's not why you got inflation.
yeah, sure it is.
No, government waste isn't the reason you get inflation.
Yeah, absolutely. Because
No,
the more they borrow, that's okay. It's not the only reason,
money
but it's
printing.
one factor. All you gotta do is listen
Inflation
to.
is caused by money printing.
That's right, and that's what Trudeau did. He created the inflation. They printed money like it was going out of style,
In part,
and
yeah.
there was no reason. There
Yes,
was
there was. There
absolutely
was a
no
reason.
reason to do
There was
that.
a pandemic, and then they locked everybody down, and
Well,
and then your
which
production was decreased, and so a lot of people were
which
sitting at home. So they needed to increase the money supply to make sure that there was monetary liquidity in the system, because so that the economy could continue to function, so that people didn't run out of liquid the cash, which provides the liquidity, so that you could liquidate the assets within the economy on a macro level. That's why they printed the money at the time, because production was dropping. So they still needed to have that
yeah,
capital, and which is, when I say capital, I mean monetary capital. You had to inject it into the system because people weren't going to be making it through wages for that period of time. That's why they did it. I would have said, don't lock people down and don't restrict the production, keep on going, and impose less restrictions on people so that you don't have to print the money. But the reality is all these governments around the world took that approach. Canada was not the exception. We were just one of them all. And that's why every country went through the money printing. And that's why we got global inflation. But I would argue that what that actually showed is how incredibly strong, how resilient our system actually is. Because even after all that pressure, all that abuse, we were able to withstand the abuse by government, the assault on the economy through the pandemic, and still keep people eating through all of that, and come out on the other side with the country not going bust. And we come back
well,
online, and now we've got all
you're
these other economic challenges. And so, as much as people criticize it and say the financial system doesn't work, and come up with all these grandiose, strange arguments against the entire financial system, and blame it all on some world cabal, the truth of the matter is, no, we actually survived it, and miraculously so. And now inflation has actually been coming back down, which is true. And the optimal rate of inflation, based on what most economists shoot for, is about 2%. Because inflation is a sustainable thing, but you need a certain amount of inflation injected into the economy to ensure that there's always some degree of liquidity in there, so that you don't get like a run on the banks. That's why you
yeah,
need the inflation built
but
into the system.
if you saw how much money Canada sends abroad
Mhm.
when they don't have money for their own vets, um,
Well, you can argue
it's
about how the wealth should be
the only
distributed. No question.
reason Canada survived,
Yeah.
uh, its economy hasn't collapsed already, is because we have vast natural resources, and because there's massive foreign investment. And the reason why Trudeau canceled the War Measures Act when he did was not because he's a kind soul that understood that he shouldn't have brought in the Emergencies Act in the first place. Of course, we all knew that, because later, when we all said it was illegal, it was deemed illegal by the courts. But there was a global financial run on the bank happening. And so we were literally days away from our bank system collapsing. And that is why Trudeau canceled the Emergencies Act, because of the amount of foreign currency that was flying out of American banks. We tried to go buy a small little couple hundred thing of gold at one of the
He
gold
canceled the
retailers here in
Emergencies Act.
town.
That's not why he canceled the Emergencies Act, Brandon.
Yeah,
No.
look into it.
I lived through it. I covered it live.
I know.
He canceled the Emergencies Act because why did he invoke the Emergencies Act?
Yeah, there was no reason to.
Well, yeah, he had a reason. It was
Well,
to do
no,
with
but
the
there was
Freedom
no
Convoy.
legitimate reason. It was because
But he
he's a
did it because of the Freedom
megalomaniacal
Convoy,
dictator.
and the reason that he removed it was because there are limits on what the government can do with the Emergencies Act. You can
No,
only leave
that's
it in
not
place
why.
for yes, you can only leave it in place for so long, and then it
How
was
long
coming
is
up
it,
on
Rick?
the
How long
deadline.
is it, Rick?
I believe it was
How
30
long is it?
days. 30 days, and
Right.
then
And it
he
was
has
like
to go.
7 days.
Then he had to
Right, it
go
was
to
7 days.
Parliament. He had to go to Parliament over a certain period of time for a review, and it had
So
to go
you're
to a
giving
vote.
Trudeau a free pass.
No, I'm not. I'm
You're
just giving
giving
you the
Trudeau
facts.
a free pass.
The reason that he took the Emergencies Act off was because because at the time it became evident
Because of
that
a legal reason.
no, because he wasn't going to have the number of votes necessary in the House when they surveyed all the MPs. It was going to get defeated, and if it had
It
been
already passed
defeated,
the House. It was on the
no,
way to the Senate.
no, not the Emergencies Act, Brandon.
Yeah,
No,
yeah, yeah. It was
no,
voted on. It was already done by the House.
no.
Yeah, it was on its way. It was on its
That's
way
not.
to the Senate.
That's no.
Yeah.
That's not the way it works.
Yes.
You don't go to
That's
the
the way-
House
no,
to
that's
invoke
what
the
happened.
Emergencies Act.
Okay. Well, let's look it up here.
The Emergencies Act is brought into effect because it's like the War Measures Act. So there's no time to go to Parliament. You don't take it to the House. You invoke it. Then you're allowed to have it in place for I'd have to look up the total number of days. You can leave it in place for a certain amount of time. And then after that period of time, you must then go to Parliament to have it reviewed and then have it voted on, because you can't just invoke it and then leave it, but you can invoke it because it's an emergency. So there's no time to go for a vote. It's like if you're getting invaded, say like Donald Trump comes up here and invades us, and then the government decides to, fight back, then they invoke the Emergencies Act. And it's the kinder, gentler way of calling it the War Measures Act. It's like, we're under attack, no time to have a vote. So the PM and the cabinet, they say, we're invoking the Emergencies Act so that we can instantly respond with our military or take whatever actions are necessary to secure the country and keep people safe and provide security. So then after a certain period of time, you can't just leave it in place. Then it goes to Parliament, and then it's reviewed, and then they vote and say, yes, this is a proper use of it, or it isn't. And if they vote against it, then the Emergency Act comes down.
So
and that's where we were at. And then
the internet says that the House of Commons voted to confirm use of the Act 185 to 151.
But it's not invoked by the. But it's not the House doesn't vote on. He just invoked it. That's one of the things that got people upset.
And then
after it gets reviewed later. But when they went back for the extension, he removed it because it became very clear. And this was also about internal struggle politically within the Conservative Party at the time as well. So because there was some people wanted more, support for the truckers, and other people than the Conservatives didn't. And there was that fight going on. And when they surveyed all the MPs, because there was so much public backlash against the use of the Emergencies Act, it was very clear that Trudeau was going to be defeated and that they would not approve the extension of the act. So just before it went to the vote, he removed it. He rescinded it. It's like, it's over. It's done.
It was already voted by it was voted 185, 151 by the House. Yes. So now it was on its way to the Senate. And that's when he
wasn't going to, but it wasn't going to get the extension. So it didn't go through the extension.
Nobody knew that.
He knew that.
Nobody knew he didn't know that.
And the reason is, Brandon, if it had been defeated,
he voted in.
Would have then become
he appointed most of the senators. The only reason that he shut it down was because there was a run on the Canadian banks.
No, there wasn't a run on the Canadian bank.
Yeah, there was. Global funds were being withdrawn.
The whole country was going to go bankrupt because there was a run on what bank? No.
multiple banks. One of the guys in my local bank, he had $50,000 in the bank, and he went to get money out, and they wouldn't give him a dime because there was
If
a run on the
Emergencies
bank.
Act extension had been defeated in the House, then it would have triggered. It would have been. It would have constituted. It would have constituted a vote of non-confidence. At which point, it would have very likely triggered an election, and Trudeau couldn't have that. That's why he revoked the Emergencies Act when he did. He realized he didn't have the support. That's what happens in politics. You survey, you get the lay of the land. Do I have the support to do what I want to do? And he didn't have it. So
he had a vote of
he
181 to.
He has to extend it. You can't just leave it in place. That's why he removed it, because he wasn't going to get the extension. Then, after he invoked it and then rescinded it, there's still the additional layer of protection to society, where it then has to be reviewed again. That's what triggered the Emergencies Act inquiry, the Public Order Emergency Commission, POAC. Then you get that inquiry afterward, which the public generally viewed erroneously as it was supposed to be some sort of a trial, and they were hoping that Justice Rouleau would find Trudeau guilty of something so that they could then string him up and, I don't know, execute him in the public square or some crazy thing, which, some people actually wanted. No, that wasn't what it was. It was just a review, like an inquiry or an inquest into the use of the Emergencies Act, which was required by legislation in the Emergencies Act itself, so that they can then review over everything that happened to determine what went wrong, what went right, whether it was proper to invoke it at all. And that way, recommendations could come forward from Justice Rouleau to avoid making mistakes, repeating mistakes in the future, and using the act in a better way moving forward in the future, if ever necessary again. That was the purpose of the inquest. But that's
I'll believe it if somebody can prove it to me.
The country was going to collapse financially, not even in the equation.
Well, if somebody can show me proof of that, I'm willing to look at it.
Well, I've just laid out the timeline, and I showed you, like I've told you, this is all. I covered it from day one right through. I was there. We literally carried POAC live every single day. I sat in his chair.
I was paying close attention.
Yeah.
Well, you'll have to bring receipts sometime.
I did. Just go watch my shows from first.
Okay,
the whole. You can go back, and they're all archived. You can go back and find them. They're all online. The entire thing, I think it's still up on YouTube, unless I don't think any of it's been taken down.
So is you talking about it, or is it actually news?
This is me carrying the whole inquiry. Every day I would get up, we would carry it live. I sat here all day long, every day, carrying. I was like here.
So
instead of you in your screen, we had the commission running from beginning to end, all the testimony, every single thing that happened. I would sit here and comment. Then we would do call-ins. We do the call-in show during the breaks, and people would comment on what they've been seeing all the way through.
Well, I'm very suspect of the mainstream media, and I've written extensively on this because the mainstream media lies about CO2. It lied about the Hunter Biden laptop. It lied about the shot. It lied about.
That's why I don't lie, and I didn't want to lie with the POAC thing. That's why I made sure we covered it start to finish.
Rick, I'm not saying
bumper
that.
to bumper,
I'm
top to bottom, front to back.
I'm talking about reporting.
Man. Yeah.
I'm talking about reporting being made by the mainstream media.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about you.
Oh no, I know.
Sometimes we can only trust the mainstream media so far, especially when they've lied.
Yeah. Well, sometimes they've lied. They don't lie about everything. I see a lot of independent people lying about things too these days. I see a lot of political influence in some of these influencers. We've been talking about that through this past week. So I advise people to view everything with a fair amount of skepticism and question everything you're seeing, not whether it's mainstream media, independent or whatever. And especially, honestly, a lot of the independents, because they're not held to any kind of professional standard. I've been talking about it a lot, and I'm catching them in a lot of lies. A lot. And
Yeah,
I don't like
well,
it.
the CBC isn't held to any standard. They could just go on television and lie and lie
That's
and
not,
lie, and
that is not
they're never
true.
called on it.
That's not
Oh
true.
my goodness, man. Okay, well, one show we'll do. Give me a month or so,
Let-
and we'll do a show. We'll do a show called "Lies of CBC,"
If you have a
and I'll
complaint,
probably give
Brendan,
you.
if you have a complaint against any television outlet, you have recourse, right? Do you know what process you can follow? If you're catching them in lies and you don't like it, you can have their license taken away. Do you know what to do?
Well, I should start then. I should
Yeah,
definitely start.
just
Do you
look
have?
it up. Canadian Broadcast Standards Council. You just
Okay.
go monitor whatever it is you want at CBC or CTV, Global, any network in Canada. And if you don't like
Mhm.
what they're saying, if you've got receipts, just show the receipts to the CBSC. They'll conduct an investigation, and they can lose their license. And they are held to a standard. They have regulations they
It's
have to follow.
called Canadian Broadcasting. What?
Canadian Broadcasting Standards Council.
Okay. So
In fact,
if
I was
so I wrote
encouraging
a,
people. I was encouraging people to lodge complaints through the CBSC if they were finding mainstream media lying about anything, because they can be and will be held accountable if they're found to be lying about anything.
because
All the years I worked in mainstream media, I did have one CBSC complaint lodged against me. I had one because it was a story that I was covering at a home where there had been a shooting, and anyway, it's a long story, but it ended up being frivolous. And
I was going to
so
say
I wasn't held
usually
to
it's
account on
someone.
anything because I didn't do anything wrong. But
Yeah,
somebody
it's
lodged a
usually
complaint against me.
someone trying to hurt you with an axe to grind.
Oh yeah,
That's
yeah.
not usually a real legitimate complaint. Like
Yeah.
on my Substack,
Mhm.
if you look in my Substack under I can't remember what the title of it's called.
Yeah.
Fake news or something like that. It's I detail 15 different stories where in the last 5 years that the mainstream media has said stuff, and we found out that it was all just fake, like the Russian laptop hoax, for example. That's one. And now we have all the proof that that was all actually created by the FBI. And Crossfire Hurricane that Trump was involved in a P tape. And oh yeah, if you go on my Substack, it's called 15 examples of fake news. And it's talks about how the mainstream media is imploding right now, and their ratings are worse than ever because they've lied so much. They don't believe them anymore. So the Hunter Biden laptop, January 6th was an insurrection, Crossfire Hurricane, the Mueller report, the Steele dossier, the injection, gain of function research, masks work, there isn't a viral load, and electric vehicles, and CO2 is bad for the planet. I can't say the other two because it'll get flagged.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
So it's funny. Let me just go back here. So, and another thing that we want to do is withdraw from the World Health
And just in case you're
Organization.
picking us up now, folks, we're with Brandon Pringle, Christian Heritage Party candidate in Red Deer, Alberta. I'll throw it back to
And
you.
and I'm sure they're not apostate, but I have Muslims voting, assuring me that they'll vote for me. And many people would not understand that. But when you have a conversation with the person, and I explain to them that Christians were being murdered and persecuted for preaching in Europe, and they left Europe to come to a place where they could freely teach their beliefs freely. And so they implemented the First Amendment, which is freedom of speech. And vast majority of the signers of the Declaration of Independence believed in God.
Well, why do you keep referring to all these U.S. things when you're in Canada?
Because that, and for the same reason I have those two flags on the back of the wall there.
Yeah.
All the people that are in the caravans that were flooding towards the U.S. from communist countries, they all understand that America is the most free place. And most Canadians don't understand that the only reason we're not in a Soviet gulag is because we had the most powerful military beside us with the longest unprotected border in the world. And so not only is it not wise to antagonize our largest trading partner, but it's also not very grateful. Our military is turned into nothing, and the only thing that has protected us is America. And so that doesn't mean America doesn't have issues and doesn't have problems. They're not perfect by any means, but we're not being a good neighbor if we don't recognize the sacrifices that many of them have made for our freedom. And the whole idea of freedom of speech that many Canadians talk about is based on the American freedom of speech. We do not have the kind of freedom of speech that they have in America. And so Mark Stein had to move out of Canada. Viva Frei had to move out of Canada to a place, to the States, where they knew they were safer. Not totally safe, but much safer than Canada. And so
I don't feel so safe down there these days.
When you talk about Muslims, now, when the signers of the Declaration of Independence gave this freedom of speech to humanity to protect them from the government, it applied to everyone. It wasn't like, oh, you have freedom of speech only if you're talking about Jesus. It was freedom of speech for atheists to preach and have an atheist church if they want. They exist. Some people don't know that, but they exist. So Muslims understand how important freedom of speech is, and which the Constitution is that the Canadian Constitution.
Yeah, I keep it right here.
Yeah, it's a fraction of the freedoms and protections. Actually, it's interesting that we're kind of coming full circle here, because when we first talking, one of the reasons I'm running is because of Bill C-4, the draconian legislation that if you teach science to children, you can go to prison for 5 years. So that and the conservatives and the liberals voted for that. So they're kind of like two cars driving in the same direction, splashing mud on each other, and just one of them is going to get to the terrible destination first. So you always have to listen to what they do rather than what they say. And we're finished if Mark Carney becomes, if people love the idea of Canada, then they better not vote for Carney, because if people in Western Canada have been dealing with Western alienation for 100 years, and so if people just double down on the idea of telling Western Canada that they don't have an equal say in how they're affected by all the decisions, then people are probably going to get upset enough that they're going to want to leave. And so the solution is stop being evil. You know, Ronald Reagan said this. He said, because Ronald Reagan used to be Democratic. Most people don't know that. And so he used to be a Democrat, and then he became a Republican. And then they asked him, well, why did you leave the Democratic Party? And he said, I didn't leave the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party left me. Mm-hmm. And so the idea of Western alienation is a very, very is a well-known issue, and it's because from the moment that Alberta, Saskatchewan, and the Yukon, or Northwest Territories, joined Confederation, then the government was taking all the grain and selling it on the world market and making the profit. And then when the farmers tried to push back about that, they forced farmers to buy their farming machinery from Ontario instead of buying it from way cheaper in the States. And it's been worse and worse and worse and worse. So, I mean, when you have Quebec buying $50 billion a year of oil from foreign nations, when it could be bought from Alberta, that just does not make any sense. And so Alberta is very generous, but after some point, when the federal government has been constantly on a war against Alberta, finally people come to the point where they can't take this anymore. I understand why Quebec wants to be out of Confederation. So I don't blame them, but they also do very well financially from this arrangement. And so all Alberta has been asking for 100 years is some equal treatment. And so, you know, I hope that Carney doesn't win, because if people don't want to fuel the flames of provinces want to separate, then they have to do something to address the reasons why the people would want to separate. I mean, dealing with the Liberal government is like dealing with a alcoholic husband who breaks the wife's arm, but only breaks her left arm because he knows her right arm serves the coffee as a waitress. You know, so I'm not going to stop you from making money, but I'm going to make you so miserable that you can't leave either. And and you know, have you heard of Dr. Michael Wagner, Rick?
No, I'm not sure.
He's the guy that you really should look up. He writes for the Western. He's written. He's got a doctorate from the University of Alberta or University of Calgary. He's written about 8 books on the subject. Mm-hmm. And if you want to understand a person, then ask them why they feel that way, and genuinely care about why they feel that way, and actually try to find out, do they have legitimate reason to feel this way?
What do you want to do? You want Alberta to go?
That's not my first choice, but I mean, if you have an abused woman being abused, who doesn't want to leave, but at some point she says, I've tried 100 different ways to fix this problem.
So how does being, yeah. Uh-huh.
And when there's zero reason for Trudeau not to sell Poland gas. There's no reason for him not to sell Germany gas. There's no reason to not sell Japan gas. These are all countries that share our general westernized values. So there's also no reason why Quebec should not be buying other oil from Alberta. I mean, Alberta's given $650 billion. So we're pulling our weight. So you lose 170,000 jobs in the oil patch when Saudi Arabia isn't hurting. And so, I don't want to go down that route, but it's after 100 years, and you see all the things that the government has done.
100 years. When you say 100 years, this
What I
started
mean
100
is
years ago.
Yes, it started actually longer than that. It started in 1905 when Canada joined Confederation. And that's when the government took the grain and sold it on the world market. And so farmers couldn't sell their own grain on the world market. So they kept most of the profit. And then they did it with machinery. And then they did it with oil. And nothing has changed. Why is Quebec buying $50 billion a year in oil from foreign nations when they could buy it from us? Why is Quebec
when did the
banning?
oil boom, do you remember when the oil boom began out in Alberta?
It was first discovered in like 32, 35, somewhere there.
Really?
So
it kind of started really in the 40s.
Well,
I recall
it was
that was when.
Yeah, but
that's
in
when
the beginning,
oil
when they
boom
first
began.
discovered, when Alberta first discovered oil,
Right.
they didn't have a method of extracting it right off the bat.
Yeah.
So, but that's really a side issue because the sales of the grain that the federal government is making all the money instead of the farmers making the money. And so if you look at the history, like, because the thing, here's this. I don't want to hear anybody argue about Albertans being upset until they've done the research and the homework and read all the reasons why they have a bloody well big reason to be upset. And so it's a joke. The Eastern newspapers just write about the redneck Albertans and how they're this and that, and it's like it after 20 plus years of it,
But you think that the Eastern newspapers write bigoted stories about Albertans?
Oh gosh, Rick. Oh God. Well, see, that's just it though. I mean, yes, they've called us rubes and all.
The newspapers called you rubes?
Yes.
I don't ever remember reading
that.
So
many stories. Oh yeah, there's so many stories that they just disparage Albertans. And I mean, there's literally hundreds of stories where they
hundreds of
make
stories.
snide
Can you show me
comments.
one where they're insulting Alberta?
I will after this show. Yeah, absolutely. After this show, all
the years I've ever read, I don't remember,
oh yeah,
defamatory pejoratives being leveled at Albertans
worst. It's the worst kept secret. It's the worst kept secret in the world about and the news coverage is. I'm glad you.
I hear really Quebecers and Albertans exchanging insults, not necessarily through the media, but I hear people come on.
Yeah, that's kind of
which is terrible.
That's kind of, well, I personally know probably 15 Quebecers.
Just by the way, before we get too far away from the freedom of speech thing, it's right here. Section 2.
Oh yeah, but that doesn't mean anything.
Yes, it does. Everyone has the following fundamental freedoms: freedom of conscience and religion, freedom of thought, belief, opinion, and expression, including freedom of the press and other media of communication, freedom of freedom of peaceful assembly, and freedom of association. It's right there.
Yeah, it's there, but it's that might as well be toilet paper, Rick.
Why? Because
Why?
Trudeau
Because of
invoked
Bill
the Emergencies
C4.
Act?
Because that's another great reason. Bill C4 puts me in prison for teaching my child what the Bible says about gender. 5 years in prison. How is that free speech? How is for the crime?
I'm going to read C4 because I haven't read it in full, and so I'm going to familiarize myself with him more. I suspect it's a little more complex than that. Especially because you've got to deal with that.
And so I was telling someone about Bill C4 just the other day, and they're like, "That's ridiculous. The people would get mad. That'll never happen." And I said, "Okay, so obviously you don't know about the dad in BC who was put in prison by a judge because he didn't want his daughter's breast cut off, and he publicly said something because his voice wasn't being heard." That's disgusting. You don't have freedom of speech here, and the people that
you know what though, Brandon? Here's the thing. When I listen to Megyn Kelly start to rage, she gets on this subject, and they have similar concerns and problems down in the U.S. Similar issues, same issue, and they're dealing with it down there too. So why is it so much better? Why should we become the 51st state over this? When
I'm not saying we should become the 51st state. I didn't say that, and I'm not saying it now. But what I am saying is the United States has much greater and more robust protections in the legal system for freedom of speech. And anybody that tries to argue that doesn't know anything about anything.
I think
Mark Stein, one of the most celebrated writers in Canadian history, Mark Stein had to move to a different country for protection. Viva Frey, who was right in the middle of the Freedom Convoy, videotaping it every day, and he saw the police stomp on grandmas with their riot horses for the criminal act of drinking Tim Hortons on Parliament. When all the native people showed up on Parliament, the Trudeau got the RCMP to bring them food. Like it's such a double standard, and none of the people, nobody cares. There was the German pastor in World War II, Niemöller, and Niemöller said, Bonhoeffer was trying to get.
You're probably going to want to watch the program on Saturday.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
because it's going to relate to what you were just talking about with the Freedom Convoy.
And so good. I wrote that down. Yep. So Bonhoeffer, with one of the pastors, was trying to say to Niemöller, "You need to say something about the government abuse. You need to do something. You need to do something." Because he was even more famous and had a lot of influence in Germany, and he refused. He wouldn't do it. 4 years of watching the tyranny going on, and finally Niemöller was like, "Okay, I'm going to finally do something." Well, it was too late then. So as soon as he stepped up to the plate and said something, he was immediately arrested, and he spent 8 years as a personal prisoner of Hitler. And while he was in prison, he wrote the famous words, "When they came from the trade socialists, I didn't see anything because I was a trade socialist. When they came for the union people, I didn't say anything because I was a union person. When they came for the infirm, I didn't say anything, and because I wasn't in the infirm. So then when they came for me, there was nobody left." And so that dad that was arrested and put in prison for trying to stop his daughter's breasts from being cut off is insane, like literally insane. So to claim that we have freedom of speech when you look at Tamaralik, they're looking at 2 years in prison for doing what? What is their crime? Their crime is exercising their so-called Canadian rights and freedom.
We're live on the air here, John. I'm sure you're aware of that anyway. How can I help you this evening, sir?
Trying to stop his daughter's breast from being cut off.
Are you there, John?
Insane. Like, literally insane. So
John?
to claim that we have freedom of speech.
Is it Rimby?
Yeah, it's him. There's
Was
something
Rimby
he
trying
maybe.
to-
Yeah,
You'll try
he was
again?
supposed to call in to talk about another
Yeah,
story
and-
tonight. We're just running late.
And so so if you have to jump into that, we do. But do you know, like Winston Churchill said, the farther you look into the past, the farther you can see into the future. This is exactly what was happening in Germany. It's happening right now in Canada.
How do you,
and-
so you'd agree then that due process is pretty darn important?
Absolutely, it's very darn important. We have
Yeah.
almost no due process. You talked about David Menzies. He was just doing his job being a reporter. There is zero cases of almost anyone being treated like him. And so, why? Because there's an agenda. We do not have freedom of speech in this country.
That's
so
why.
People
That's why he keeps getting assaulted.
Yes, because the government are paid employees.
Oh.
They answer to us. And so until when a government will create all the, we have, if the emergencies crisis was such a crisis, then why did Trudeau, hey, say it's a crisis, and then run off to his little house off in the boonies to ignore the protesters and not talk to them? He talks to everyone else. So this double standard, at some point,
What makes you think that they wanted to talk to Trudeau?
the Freedom Convoy wanted to talk to Trudeau.
Did
He
they?
refused. Yes, absolutely, they did. And
Really?
people can make arguments.
I thought so too. I thought so too. But I'm going to show you something. You keep talking.
There was no reason for Trudeau. Why did they go to Ottawa? Why did they
Indeed,
have
Brandon, why did they go to Ottawa? I was very much of the same mind as you. But over time, masks begin to come off. And as you look in the rearview mirror, things start to become a little bit more clear. Anyway, just one little thing here. Let me see if I can find it.
But see, the Tamaralik, Chris Barber are held to a completely different expectation than all radical leftists that smash stuff. And I mean, their whole message all the time was be peaceful. There was bouncy tents. Okay. There wasn't, and all the lies that were going on. People are starting fires and blah, blah, blah. That never happened. Mm-hmm. And so, and this is well documented. And to make it even worse, we find out later that the judge ruled that the Emergencies Act was illegal. Now, is anybody held to account for that? No. Is any judge stepping up to the plate? No, because these judges, they don't rule by the Constitution of 1867. They rule by their own attitude and how they're feeling at the day. There's no other way to describe what kind of monster of a judge would put a dad in prison for trying to stop his
Judges do not rule in our system based on the way they're feeling. They rule based on precedent and what is written in the law, and on community standard, and along with some other criteria.
Well, you need to watch about 100 videos about the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms. Do you know who the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms is?
I do. Yes, I know who they are. You know?
So their documentation of judicial abuse in this country, you could run it 24 hours a day for a year, and you wouldn't be able to get through all the documentation of all the lives that they've ruined and destroyed. And
who destroyed the lives?
The different judges in government putting a man in prison because he doesn't want his daughter's breast cut off. That is like my friend Bill Wackett, 10 years. He was sued by the Ontario government for $100 million.
Which lawyer was front and center at the Freedom Convoy?
Off the top of my head, I don't know.
Keith Wilson.
But the fact that
Keith Wilson. I'm telling you, it's Keith Wilson. And who's Keith Wilson with?
There's been no accountability for that.
No account for what?
For the War Measures Act being implemented, and it was illegal, and no one's been held accountable.
Yeah. Okay. So who was the lawyer front and center? Who was the lawyer front and center at the Freedom Convoy? Who was injected himself right into the front of it?
Oh, I have no idea.
Keith Wilson, who represents the JCCF. He's from the JCCF, Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms. And you say that the leadership of the convoy wanted to meet with Trudeau, right?
Well, if you say that Keith
said, and I believed that too. I believe that too.
Well,
I thought.
Well, if you said that Keith injected himself into the process,
that's what many of the protesters say. Things, kind of went squirrely after the lawyers got involved, so that there are people who view it that way. Yeah.
But I mean, let me show you many of the people who baked cakes.
Well, that's
and
fine.
Donated money,
and I don't dispute that at all. I agree with you.
When the government freezes a woman's bank account,
well, to protest and to protest.
Can you give me an example of why donating $50 to the Freedom Convoy should have your bank account frozen?
Well, the government was afraid of something, really afraid, and it was acknowledged.
So that makes it okay.
It might, if it was
okay. So if I'm afraid of my neighbor, I'm allowed to go and use excessive force.
No.
So then why did there was no justification?
You're going to want to watch on Saturday, and to prime that for you, here's Mr. Wilson from the JCCF, and I'm not trying to hold you accountable for any of this, Brandon, because I get where you're coming from, okay? But everybody, including me, even after this, I was still of the firm belief that the Freedom Convoy people, the leadership of the Freedom Convoy, wanted to meet with Justin Trudeau. And I sat in this chair repeatedly, and I said, it's all Trudeau's fault, because all he had to do was come out and talk to the protesters. And I've said repeatedly that he's the worst prime minister in Canadian history. And it was at that moment when he invoked the Emergencies Act that Canada died. And I criticized him, and I said, Justin Trudeau should be held to account for that. And it's because of his actions that Canada was divided. He was the one who was divisive. And yet, as I've been looking in the rear view mirror and reviewing things and hearing things as they were said, not as I really wanted them to be said in my mind, back in November 2nd of 2022, during this scrum outside the courtroom or the hearing room where the Public Order Emergency Commission was conducting the inquiry into the Freedom Convoy. Mr. Wilson of the JCCF, the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms, said this.
At which point do you think if the Prime Minister has spoken with the protesters, you guys would have been here for less long, or the situation would have been resolved quicker than it was?
You know, it's amazing that none of the protesters and the leadership and otherwise wanted to meet with the Prime Minister. It's not an individual they hold in high regard.
They didn't want to meet with Trudeau at all.
Well,
there's another gentleman. There's another gentleman. I'm not done. There's another gentleman. His name is Peter Turner. He is a union negotiator, an advisor, a consultant. He works with protest groups and unions largely to make sure that when they protest or conduct strikes, that they do so in a way that helps, he guides them to a productive outcome so that they follow a proper process, so they don't get arrested, so they don't get beaten in the streets, so that they actually get meetings that are productive and helpful with this various stakeholders. Mr. Turner offered his services at the recommendation of one of the promoters of the convoy, one of the key promoters. He offered his services to the leadership of the convoy, no charge, to help them because he had connections within government, key members of parliament, so that they would then be able to realize a productive outcome without a negative reaction from the government. He was rejected. Mr. Turner is on record saying that, in fact, these key people, not all the people who went. I'm not talking about the average Canadian out there. I'm telling you that Mr. Turner says publicly that the key leadership did not want to meet with the government. They did not want to meet with Trudeau at all. And they rejected his offer for assistance. And he told them, if you do what you're going to do, you will go to jail.
Well, I would like to.
There's a reason for that, and I'm sorry, this just comes up, but this is actually not on you at all. Here we go again. This is not about you. It's just that you're sharing the information, and I'm just aware of details these days that I wasn't aware of back in 2022.
Yeah,
and,
I guess.
And so it's just a much clearer picture, a more balanced story, and the truth when it comes to news and reality is never as black and white as it appears to be.
I would like to get asked the question. I would have met with Trudeau.
I would have too.
But
how do you
just because one guy in front of a mic says a lot of the people don't want to meet with them?
He's not one guy in front of the mic. He's the lawyer that represented Tamara Litch, Chris Barber, Freedom Corp.
Right.
He's the guy. He was there. He was involved in the whole process from the beginning. He's the guy.
Name.
What's that?
Right, but he didn't mention them by name, Rick. So unless he mentions them specific by name, and because his statement was a blanket statement, okay, I could see a lot of people not wanting to meet with Trudeau because they would think that it would be a waste of time. So I could totally see that. But I think it's very dangerous.
Now he did say that they might have an interest. He then, later he says that they might have an interest in meeting with some of the other members of parliament. But then you see the other problem here, Brandon, is that words are important. And if you say something in the wrong way, or you just say the wrong thing, then you have to be held to account for that. And there were some members who held subsequent news conferences that indicated, they'd like to meet with some members of parliament, but they said that they wanted to meet with opposition members of parliament to form a coalition to oppose the government to have it removed.
Yes.
That's not democratic. Okay,
No,
that's
and
not
and so
democratic.
so so here's another comment from the police. The police, Thomas, because they found a whole bunch of these guys were absolute liars, and they would just say these crazy things because it was politically. So Jody Thomas, the former Deputy Minister of National Defense,
Yeah.
she said this.
I don't want to relitigate the whole Freedom Convoy.
She said this. She said she defended the Emergencies Act, saying the protesters were dug in, and there's no doubt they came to overthrow the government.
Because there was that view, and there was evidence of that, which is what I've been saying too. As you dig into this, the vast majority of ordinary Canadians showed up, right? Because we were all upset about the mandates.
Overthrow the government with
guns. They weren't there to overthrow the government. The vast majority came to protest the mandates. Okay, but they weren't the leadership; they were the pawns. The people who just show up, we're just ordinary people on the street. They're not involved in organizing, just show up, right?
So do you think that Tamara Lick or Chris Barber wanted to overthrow the government?
Some estimates suggest there were as many as 18 different groups there with various interests. All right?
Right.
Different groups with different interests.
Interesting that
there were sovereign citizens groups there. There were organized crime groups there.
And
there were
but you're trying okay, so you're trying on one hand, Rick, you're trying to say we have freedom of speech, but on the other hand, you're saying the government was justified in doing all the horrific things and breaking the law to harm the citizens as they supposedly enjoy their so-called freedom of speech.
Well, first of all, no, I'm not saying that.
Okay, so
I'm saying that if you look at the decision from Justice Rouleau, he said that the use of the Emergencies Act, if I recall, was justified after the inquiry. But I think his decision or his view was balanced because he also said you could easily see it the other way. And there was acknowledgement that there were some people there who wanted to overthrow the government. And I'm not just talking about James Bowder and Canada Unity and his memorandum of understanding, which became a problem and formed or predicated the basis upon which the government proceeded with this narrative of some people coming to overthrow the government. There was another layer to that. This was also about, in the matter of Keith Wilson and Chris Barber and Tamara Litch and others involved with Freedom Corp. All you have to do is look at what just happened over the last few days. What did the JCCF do? They issued a news release. This was about maybe 4 or 5 days ago now, saying that Chris Barber is asking for his charges to be stayed even after having been found guilty on his charges. He wants his charges stayed for receiving erroneous legal advice, whatever that means. Well, what can that possibly mean, Brandon? It means
I'll tell you. I'm not gonna grab a gun or torch and pitchfork and protest the government that way. My way of protesting the government is speaking out against injustice.
I'm not talking about you, but we're talking about this stuff.
Right. But
if I may finish my point.
Yes.
If I may finish my point. I'll back up a little bit so that people understand. About 4 or 5 days ago, the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms issued a news release. Chris Barber, their client, who was, receiving legal advice from JCCF lawyers like Keith Wilson, I think John Carpe as well. They're asking for his charges to be stayed because, as they've stated and as they've sent to the court, because he received erroneous legal advice. Well, what was that erroneous legal advice? If I may, please.
Yes.
They're not specific, but I can tell you this. Keith Wilson encouraged people, ordinary Canadians, to hold the line, stay in Ottawa, continue to protest, advising them as a lawyer, although maybe not specifically as a representative or having the entire group of people as his clients who went there to protest by the thousands, but he made public statements advising people that they could stay, and not only could, but should, and in fact encouraged more people to come, even as police were handing out flyers telling everyone the time was up, you have to leave. I believe they went through, I think it was 17 hours of process where they were handing out flyers telling everyone, you got to go or you're going to be arrested, got to go or you're going to be arrested, or worse. As riot police were assembling, as barricades were being set up, and as the police chief was holding news conferences, also making public statements, making it very clear through media that if you don't leave, you will be arrested and or worse, and we are sending in police to clear out the area. And Keith Wilson told people to stay. Not only to stay, but encouraged more people to come. And Chris Barber, among them, I guess, but he was, of course, not there. He was arrested. And I just wonder, is this what the erroneous legal advice was? It's got to be related in some way. And now they were also receiving information or intel leaked from various police organizations like OPP, Ottawa Police, I think even CSIS, but not the Canadian military. But some cops were leaking information, but I would not say that that constitutes legal advice. Legal advice comes from lawyers. And who represented Litch and who represented Barber? JCCF. Keith Wilson. What is Keith Wilson all about? Why would he do that? Well, if you listen to Peter Turner, he'll suggest that certain people, and I'm not saying necessarily whom, but certain people wanted the innocent people to get beaten. If you listen to one of the key promoters of the convoy, and I have the recording of him saying this, he'll say that some people wanted the people to get beaten in the streets because they wanted the photo op. And why would they want the photo op? Because different people went there for different reasons.
Oh, I agree. But I mean,
so the people in the streets, our friends, Brandon, your friends, my friends, ordinary Canadians, people who shared our concerns, our legitimate concerns about the government, people who were concerned about government overreach, people who were concerned about the mandates, people who didn't like the masks and the forced, the requirements for us to get the thing in the arm or in order to keep our jobs. People were there for those legitimate reasons. A lot of them, it seems, if this all holds true, if this is true, and it has not been proven in a court of law, but if it's true, then thousands or at least hundreds of Canadians who did hold the line upon certain advice from certain people, recommendations, who got the crap kicked out of them while video was rolling, it seems like maybe they were used as pawns, as cannon fodder for a larger agenda. What is that agenda? Tune in Saturday. Maybe we'll cast some light on it.
I can't speak for anybody that was there.
No,
and I don't, because a person can only.
It just kind of gets me just a little bit upset to think that some people might have been just taken advantage of. You hear what I'm saying? Especially when people get hurt.
Yeah.
Don't like it.
But see, the thing is is that the Bible says, to whom much is given, much is required.
Yeah.
And so when we have a Charter of Rights that supposedly it's toilet paper, it's not
Well,
worth the
that's a
paper it's
bunch of
printed
bunk
on.
too, Brandon, because if a government is facing what it considers to be an actual existential threat by people who have, oh, let's say less than motives that maybe run contrary to
made that
national
all up.
unity,
They
national
made
unity,
that all up.
then that, oh, did they? Really?
The government is
They made it all up?
the whole case that you're making, Rick, the entire case you're making is based on so this is why this is a perfect example
No, there are
about
thousands
why
of documents
America's
through
no,
POET.
hang in
You
there,
can go and read the stuff.
about why America's foundational foundation of legal system is better than Britain's. It's better
Is
than
it?
Canada's.
No,
Yes,
it's not.
I'll tell you why. Because America's entire legal system is based on the principle of innocent until proven guilty.
No, it's
Canadian not. And Brit. Oh yes, very much so.
It's supposed
Canadian
to be, but it isn't
and
right
British
now.
law. Canadian and British law, on the other hand, is guilty until proven innocent.
That's not
and all
true.
the horrific just abuses that the government has pulled,
We have due process.
a giant psyop on
We
Canadian
have due
people
process.
by suggesting that they had, well, they thought that maybe this could, well, that is not law. You can't just arrest people or beat people just because you made up in your mind.
They didn't just arrest people, and they didn't just beat people. They didn't just do it. There were reasons.
Yeah, they did. There was no reason for them to shoot.
No reason. I keep hearing that for all kinds of things that people use as an excuse for bad behavior. You know, in fact, Brandon, I would suggest this to you. If you run contrary,
I'm shocked, Rick, that you as a journalist would justify the government shooting a rebel news reporter. That's shooting. Like, that's throwing your comrades in arms that are supposed to hold the government accountable.
I didn't say anything specific about Alexa Lavoie, other than, you know, it's. I think if you look statistically, you'll find that rebel news reporters probably get arrested and assaulted more often than any other news organization in Canadian history. But boy, oh boy, you know, it's a good thing they run all those fundraisers afterward.
They're just, the rest of them are just bought and paid shills that do whatever their government handlers tell them to do.
You don't think that Rebel News receives funding from somebody?
Oh, not from the government, not from taxpayers.
They don't. But they're no, but they might get some funding from other political groups.
Well,
where does the JCCF get its funding?
It's a charity. So
yeah. So where do they get their funding? Where do they get their funding?
It's a charity. So people, not the government, they don't get a dime of government money.
So
but the government,
does that mean they're not influenced by the money that flows in? Is Rebel News not influenced by the money that flows into them? Who's funding them?
Right. But you're making a completely wrong, you're trying to conflate two different opposite things. The government.
No, I'm not. I'm asking, if money influences, then everybody who is involved in the political process maybe needs a little more transparency. So where is the JCCF? What is their motivation? Who funds them?
To protect Canadians' rights and freedoms. That's the only motivation.
Canadians' rights and freedoms?
Yes.
Yeah, just Canadians' rights and freedoms. You know, in 2018, Brandon, did you know that the JCCF was listed as a partner with the Atlas Network? Do you know what is the Atlas Network? Well, that's sort of like a private foundation that does sort of US aid style work, and they send money into different countries to affect not just, I guess, societal or cultural changes, but political changes as well. And the JCCF was listed as a partner back in 2018, since not really appearing on their website. But, you know, because they're a charity, they don't have to provide the level of transparency that, say, the CBC does. You know, every penny that goes into the CBC or
CBC care about people's rights and freedoms,
or a lot of other organizations, you know, there's, you know, where every penny is coming from and what the how the funding is laid out there.
So
but when it comes to the JCCF or Rebel News,
can you name one thing that JCCF has done that was wrong?
I'm not saying they've done anything illegal, but it's important, I think, for people to understand the motivation behind different actions. And just because somebody showed up at a convoy, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that they're not there for others.
That also holds true to everything. So that means until you find out otherwise, you have to assume everybody that went.
Well, I certainly know what some of Mr. Wilson's motivations are.
And the best motives and the best intentions.
Find out otherwise. Is there oil money involved? Is there who's involved with the Atlas Foundation? Koch brothers.
I don't know any. I don't know.
I know you don't know.
Them,
you don't know.
I know,
and neither does the public. The public doesn't know either. We don't really know exactly this and that, except that as time goes on and I look in the rearview mirror, things become clearer.
If people want to donate to a cause, they can.
So can big companies.
Garbage. When I had my own business, okay, Trudeau did not write me a check when my business was failing. Okay, the news media that prints whatever he wants them to print, to the tune of $600 million is garbage.
Well, first of all, they don't print just anything that they want to print. They are held to journalistic standards. The news departments are arm's length from the business entities themselves.
They just lie about everything.
No, they don't lie about everything. Tucker Carlson says they lie about everything, and people believe Tucker Carlson when he says that, but that's not true. They don't lie about everything. And in fact, by telling you that they lie about everything, that is in itself a lie.
I will retract that statement. I'm exaggerated.
Yes.
They tell thousands of lies.
They tell they sometimes tell things. Like
if I were a billionaire, I'd pay
they
somebody.
Sometimes give information that you can challenge. That is very true. So too on the other side, as I've already stated, and I'm being balanced here. I'm being honest. But if you want transparency on one side, should we not have it on the other?
So yeah, I agree, but that's not the case. So, for example,
right. That's not the case. We don't. So we have transparency on the mainstream media side. We don't on the other side.
Having a breast cut off. This story.
We've already dealt with that issue. We're on to a different issue. Stop. We can't be conflating.
You're talking about news and fairness. Okay. Yes. One of the only newspapers in the country printing this is the National Post. Almost nothing on CBC. Almost nothing on, and they.
Okay.
So they railroaded Joseph Stephen, I think, and just lied about him on public television, and he was eventually found not guilty, and he almost had to go to prison because the CBC launched a smear campaign against him because Health Canada didn't like the fact that his dad was helping people with True Hope. And they're pushing the big pharma agenda. So, I mean, that doesn't get any play.
We're backtracking. We're back where we were an hour ago.
Yes.
We're repeating that stuff. We were moving forward into this other area.
So, our sixth, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Our 6th point is we want to end deficit spending and implement mandatory balanced budgets.
Okay, let's take another quick break because I got to take one. And
me too.
And I'll be right back with Brandon, and we'll continue this very lively exchange. I'll put
Yes,
it that way.
absolutely.
We'll be right back.
Maverick News. The world is watching. Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals, defenders of individual rights and freedoms, credible, trusted, grounded in reality. Maverick News, Maverick News. Defending free speech, Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching.
We're back.
Before we, how's Motown Joe doing?
Motown Joe?
Sorry,
Oh, Joseph.
nickname.
You know, I haven't
Yes.
spoken to Joseph in a while. Yeah, he sends me his articles, but yeah,
How can I get a hold of him?
I can send you his email address after the program.
Yeah,
Yep.
please do, because I have some important health information
Okay.
that
Cool.
he needs to.
Yeah, Joseph Leonard. We'll get him back on. Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering for a long
Our
time
friend
how
from
he's been
Detroit.
doing. So,
Yeah.
mhm.
So let's continue here, my American friend.
End deficit spending and implement mandatory balanced budgets.
Mandatory balanced budgets. Okay.
Like,
And
there's absolutely no excuse for a country that has the natural resources that we have to ever have deficit spending. Ever. Trudeau, literally $1 trillion of business. He said no. Like it, and so if a thinking person at some point has to go, what business would say no to $1 trillion worth of jobs and revenue coming into your country? So either they're insane,
or we weren't able to meet the contractual obligations because we couldn't get the product
no,
to
no,
market.
no. They were begging us to sell it to them.
Mhm.
Trudeau said there isn't a financial case. So that's a lie. We have the infrastructure, we have they've shut down everything. So the whole world wants to buy our products, and Trudeau says no, because they're trying to collapse the economy. It's deliberate. And you know, I heard one speaker say, I don't know if I'd go this far, but it might take this. He said, I hope people start losing their houses, and I hope they start getting bread lines to the point where people will step up to the plate and do something about this insanity.
Who said that?
There was no reason, a billionaire, Kevin O'Leary, he's publicly said on television numerous times that Trudeau is terrible. Let's just put it that way.
There's another interesting cat, Mr. O'Leary, Mr.
Yes,
Mr.
And
Canada, living in the US of A, flying on down there to Mar-a-Lago with Danielle, hanging out with the Trumpster, making deals and wheeling and dealing.
Trumpster. Yeah, fight. Maverick News, fight.
Gee, real interesting. Kevin O'Leary.
How many more of those shirts you got to sell, Rick?
Oh, I stopped selling them. People stopped wanting them. But anyway.
No, but how many you got left?
Oh, I don't know. Probably a dozen.
Okay. All right. See what I can do about that.
Okay. It's interesting with Mr. O'Leary going on down there to Mar-a-Lago, unelected, I might add, which is a criticism leveled at Mr. Carney all the time. But here we are with Mr. Moneybags hanging out in Mar-a-Lago, talking about what? Alberta oil and gas, talking about maybe buying TikTok, making a deal. Do you know what else Kevin O'Leary wants to do?
What does he want to do?
He wants to build an oil refinery.
Come on. That's what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about too. But Kevin O'Leary ain't talking about it the way you and I are talking about it, Brandon.
Oh, what does he want to do?
Where do you want to build it?
In Canada.
Not Mr. O'Leary. Mr. Canada wants to build it in the USA. Do you know how much money he wants to inject? $14 billion.
Yeah. So why? So the question you got to ask yourself, Rick.
Yeah.
Why would we build it in America instead of Canada?
That's a real good question. Why would a Canadian who ran for the leadership of the Conservative Party of Canada at one point, now living in the US of A and, high profile, on Shark Tank and always, being invited onto these programs to talk about, economic issues, high profile down there, making a deal or something with Donald Trump? Why?
Yeah, because he's got
because he's got U.S. business partners, maybe interests.
That's not the reason. That's
not why he wants to build it in the United States.
No. So here's the reason. So remember earlier in the show when I said that Alberta used to be the 14th best place in the whole world to invest in oil and gas? Do you remember when I said that?
Oh, I remember.
Yeah, and now we're like at around the 100th. Okay, so sovereign wealth funds, pensions, banks, none of them want to invest in oil infrastructure in Canada because they don't know what the liberal psychopaths are going to do.
Well, maybe it's not just liberal psychopaths. The environmental crazies, they're largely
but there's no. I mean, after the $5 billion Trans Mountain fiasco.
Okay, look, we talk about all this, Brandon. The point is, you've got a rich guy who claims to be, pro-Canada, living in the States, hanging out in Mar-a-Lago with your premier from Alberta, down there doing, we don't exactly know what was said in those meetings, but he absolutely has expressed an interest in buying TikTok, absolutely talking about exploiting Alberta gas and oil and energy in order to build an AI research facility up in Alberta. So that's a Canadian investment. That's fine, but needs that Alberta energy. But that oil refinery, which he talked about a year ago on television, only one time that I'm aware of, $14 billion investment, not Canada. He's talking about building it in the USA. So where's the incentive to build pipelines east-west from Mr. O'Leary if he wants that oil refinery built in the United States? He wants that pipeline flowing down into the USA.
So So if Trudeau hadn't said no and canceled so many oil things,
Okay, well, Trudeau ain't there
he
anymore,
would
and
gladly,
that's all in the
he would
history. We're
gladly, well,
moving
Carney's
forward,
no different.
we're
Carney,
talking about
Carney
hopefully
taught,
building pipelines, but you know, that's
Carney
another
was
issue.
the puppet
Where
master.
were we at with this conversation? How did we get back to this?
Well, because you asked about I said about Kevin O'Leary is
Yeah.
a billionaire, and I said he basically is saying that Trudeau is terrible as a financial leader.
Okay.
And so is Carney. Carney's the puppet master. And
Okay.
Kevin O'Leary
Well,
would
there's a narrative.
gladly and happily build it in Canada.
Oh, I remember you were talking about
to worry
let's
about.
get back to the. Okay, Kevin O'Leary, as I'm just quite rightly pointed out, has his own business interests in mind. I'm not so sure that he gives a damn about Canadians or taxpayers or you or me. Okay, but I think he's very focused on TikTok, AI research facilities, and a $14 billion oil refinery that he wants to build in the United States, and making a deal with Donald Trump in Mar-a-Lago while he goes down there unelected, accompanied by your premier, Danielle Smith, whose motivations remain to be seen and discussed. Now, that being said, let's get back to your platform and the commitment to balanced mandatory budgets.
Yes. There's no, when where the oil and gas is flowing, there's no reason for like all these excuses that they make are just by people that want to, globalists that want to bring people into debt. We before the World War, there was no income tax, and so just create a larger government.
How you gonna make use of all those resources that you're gonna use? How do you get them out of the ground, or how do you use them? How do you start to process them?
So we take away all the ridiculous, onerous regulations that should not have been added over the last 15 years. None of them. There's not a single regulation that's been added.
But that's just regulations. How do you get the capital in place to set up a mine, for instance, in the Ring of Fire in Ontario? How do you get the capital in place?
Sovereign. That's so simple. Okay. Sovereign wealth fund are always looking for an opportunity.
What's a sovereign wealth fund?
It's so like Norway, right? So they don't have all these stupid regulations and a government that's at war against its own people. Okay. Like the amount of government money that Trudeau right in the bid.
No, Brendan,
really,
what is a sovereign wealth fund?
A sovereign wealth fund is when Norway has a big chunk of cash that they want to invest in places around the world to get the best rate of return.
But what is a sovereign wealth fund? What is it?
Norway has a sovereign wealth fund, which
what is it?
It's a massive amount of cash.
Where did that come from?
They gained by ditching all the stupid communist socialist policies and
almost the opposite, but I digress.
No. You gotta listen to Thomas Sowell on that. You're 100% wrong.
No, I'm not 100% wrong. Explain what a sovereign wealth fund is. You want me to tell you? I can tell you what it is. It's a little of both, actually. It's capitalism, and it involves the state.
It's just that the only difference with Norway is they only have 5 million people, so they don't have.
That's not the point. You're not explaining what the sovereign wealth fund is.
Yeah, it's when a nation has a big bank account.
A big bank account
with a bunch of money in it.
With a bunch of money.
And so that's all it is.
That's not all it is.
We can talk about how
let me explain.
Or whichever.
No. It's not just a bank. It's much more than a bank
account of a company.
It's not a bank account at all. It's not a bank account. Sovereign wealth fund is a fund, an
A bank
investment
account.
fund.
Yeah, a bank account.
So it's not a bank account.
Yeah, it's a bank
No,
account.
it's not. It's like it's not a bank account. A bank account is where you deposit money and you just let it sit there, and it might collect, I don't know, if it's a savings account, you get like, I don't know, 2% interest or something. That's a bank account. A sovereign wealth fund is not a bank account. A sovereign wealth fund is like it's an investment fund. So what they've done in places like Norway, Russia has one too, although they've blown 40% of it. They've spent it to fund the war in Ukraine, where they're trying to overthrow that government and usurp its sovereignty. But anyway, I digress. A sovereign wealth fund, like the one in Norway, is this: the Norwegian government recognizing that natural resources like oil are a finite resource. There's only so much. So what they did is they've nationalized the industry to a great degree. By nationalizing it, I mean that in a very socialistic and even communistic way, they have taken control of the industry, the state, not leaving it to the free market. They've taken control of it, saying that this is so important that the people deserve to benefit from it directly, not private interests, not just leave it straight up to capitalism. So they establish a sovereign wealth fund. And through the nationalization of many aspects of that industry, they scoop up through the state revenue from that, massive amounts of it, through taxation or just even through expropriation, depending on the country. They then take that money and they don't put it in a bank account, they invest it. They invest that money in stocks, mutual funds, in a variety of other assets. It could be T-bills, whatever. It very, very diversified. All right, just like Brookfield.
So how come that worked in Norway? How come that worked in Norway?
I'm not saying it didn't work in Norway.
Venezuela?
I didn't say it didn't work in Norway. But what the point of the whole exercise is they set up a sovereign wealth fund, which is to say that it is a fund for the people, sovereign and sovereign within that country. So it is a nationalized reservoir of money, but it doesn't just sit in a bank account. It's like a retirement fund. In the same way that Brookfield manages assets for retirement funds, like the teachers union in Ontario. Okay, so Norway takes this big chunk of cash and they invest it in a wide range of different financial instruments in order to provide stability over time and economic growth, really leveraging true capitalism because they're making money with money, which is the definition of capitalism. Making money with money, not just with labor, but by asserting and leveraging the aspects of time and interest rates and dividends if it's in stocks. Okay, so you get the return from those investments over time, and then those returns are then invested again and again, and you get exponential growth, not because of actual productivity, but because you've invested the money in various assets, which could be General Motors, it could be oil industries, it could be a wide range of things. It could be even buying parts of BlackRock or Brookfield as a company, or various companies associated with Brookfield. Not to say that it's specific to those big corporate holdings,
or they can invest in a oil refinery being built in Alberta.
They could do that through the companies set up in order to facilitate that, in order to bring capital into the production and the exploitation of resources. But I'll tell you this, here's the problem, I think, with saying that you should never have a deficit. It's because if you never have a deficit, you are always in a neutral financial position. What comes in is as much as can go out, which on the surface sounds pretty good. You're trying to manage your books pretty good. But if you want to buy a house and you don't have it, then you get a mortgage. Therefore, you have deficit financing even as an individual. If you have a nation state like Canada, where we need to exploit our resources and make better use of them over time, it's not a simple matter of saying, hey, you, and you go out there with a pickaxe and a shovel and go get all that gold or go mine that uranium and just get in there with a shovel. You need to capitalize that. You need machinery, you need labor, you need all kinds of, trucks, you need airplanes, maybe, or railways. You need all of these things.
And the
right?
whole world wants to spend this money in Canada, but the Liberal government has brought in so many horrific legislation that has made it impossible for anyone that with common sense.
You can certainly argue that with Bill C-69, and they
like,
call it the No New Pipelines Act, and there's some merit to that, and we certainly need to address those issues. No question about it, Brandon, but there's also interprovincial trade issues that we're dealing with as well, and those have been brought to light by Trudeau.
Has
but
none.
The point here is every single country needs to capitalize its resources, and by capitalize, I mean you need the money, which is what goes right back to what we were talking about at the very beginning with the Mark Carney housing plan. He understands that. That's why he's providing capital through that fund
I used to build financial plans for people.
Okay.
And there's a verse in the Bible that says the borrower is servant to the lender. And while I won't discount the possibility that there might be times for a nation to have a couple $2 billion of debt in their bank account, not 1.2 trillion. And so that's where we are right now. And so when, as a financial advisor, I came and sat down with a family,
well, I'm just responding to your assertion that we can only ever have a balanced budget with your parties. So I'm just addressing that. And I don't know that I entirely agree with that. I'm just throwing that out there for you to comment on, because if you don't ever see any scenario through your party platform where you would ever run a deficit, then how the heck are you ever going to, especially if you want to set up a sovereign wealth fund that is nationalized in some way, how are you going to capitalize the exploitation of Canada's resources? How would you do that?
So the same way they did it before, we borrowed and borrowed and borrowed and borrowed to go into debt.
Where do you borrow
there's
from?
Another verse in the Bible that says no one builds a building without counting the cost.
Well, if you're
proper financial management, when you listen to Soul and the Wealth of Nations, you cannot build a successful country on debt.
So how do you do it?
So you get rid of all the bureaucracy and the stupid regulations that they've added.
It doesn't capitalize anything.
So once you get rid of all the regulations and you put contracts in place where you assure the countries that want to invest in Canada and make lots of money
foreign investment.
That's right, that we're not going to change the law and screw you over, like when Joe Biden the
foreign
pipeline
investment
to the States, right? A lot of people invested in that, and then Joe Biden just canceled Keystone and cost them $5 billion.
All right. Well, if you have so if you have foreign investment, what does that mean for Canada and our resources?
It means that
because you're not going to borrow money. You're going to open it up to foreign investment.
You don't need to borrow money. You don't need to borrow money.
Yeah.
When we have all these natural resources
that you need to exploit, but you need to capitalize the extraction. So how do you get the capital to set up the mines?
We have
operations to get your lumber and pay the people to go and get it. And it's worth nothing in the ground.
And you
have the value.
We used to have Petro-Canada.
Yeah.
Before they sold it. And so you can easily make rules like
Petrofina,
we won't allow any more than 75%, or even not more than every company that wants to build a permanent oil refinery or something in Canada, the maximum ownership is 90% or something like that. So that it's always a percentage that's owned by Canada, so that industries cannot be just, well, we don't sell away the whole nation. I mean, Bill Clinton.
So what you're
Bill
doing
Clinton
really is
did that to Haiti.
is if you bring in the foreign investment, it means that, well, those resources aren't really owned by Canada anymore, are they? They're owned by foreign companies, right?
Well, there's a whole different ways that you can do it. You can basically say, we're not going to allow. We'll only allow Canadian companies, but then you have to limit. It's if capitalism is just allowed to do what it does well. I mean, it's funny because, like,
two ways
so
to
do
get
you remember when well, okay, neither of us were alive, but the story about Samuel Morse inventing the phone, Morse code, and he invented the telephone. So he wanted to give a gift to humanity. So he gave his patents to the US government, and this guy convinced the government that he would be the guy, and they spent 10 years and $10 million government dollars, and they had built 40 miles of telegraph line. And then somebody in the government went, this is communism, this is stupid, this is not capitalism. We are going to sell this to capitalists. And in the next 40 years, the telegraph line went all over the world. Not a single dime of government revenue, taxpayer revenue, was spent, and massive income came into the government from
Samuel Morse did not invent
that were paid.
Telephone.
Sorry?
Samuel Morse.
No, that was Graham Bell.
Yeah.
That was Graham
Been
Bell.
to Brantford, Ontario?
No, I haven't. I know I said that wrong.
He did some of the work on the telephone right there.
It's the telegraph.
I've been there.
But
I covered the Queen there when she was still with us years ago.
Yes.
But that's a sidebar.
The same thing. So 30 years go by, and Vanderbilt, if you remember Vanderbilt, Vanderbilt, the super wealthy guy.
Actually, I think
another guy was in competition with Vanderbilt to build steamships with government funding, and he built like 8 and 4
government funding.
Yeah, exactly. So whereas
Where'd
Vanderbilt
funding come from?
The stupid socialists that think government is supposed to be in this business when they're not. Vanderbilt went and got private investors to invest in his shipping firm. He built really good ships because he was really highly motivated, because he wanted to make money. And the average person like me, I just want to be able to go to work, and so that I can provide good things for my family. And because I love my family and I want to take care of them. And so the government needs to get out of the way and allow people to have these jobs. And so when the stupid regulations killed 170,000 oil patch jobs in Alberta, so you see a province that was firing all cylinders in crisis. Drug addiction skyrocketing, homeless people are skyrocketing. It's the downtown of Calgary has lost I don't exaggerate here, I think it's 12 billion, I think, dollars of real estate value. Massive buildings, downtown Calgary, completely empty. And was all avoidable. There's no reason for this is deliberate, and they're doing it on purpose. Most people don't recognize, because they grew up in a time of affluence. They don't understand that 120 years ago, it was a few super wealthy people at the top and this tiny layer of middle class, upper middle class, and 90% of people were desperately poor. And oil changed that and created this insane amount, huge middle class. And people like Klaus Schwab and Noah Harari and all these other globalists, they just want to revert back to where we were 120 years ago, where it was all these rich people up at the top of the food chain, and everybody else, 90% of humanity, was scraping along at the bottom, scratching for survival. That's what they want. And when it's interesting when people say, well, that's a conspiracy. Well, then read their books. If you read their books, it's clear as day. They tell you exactly what they're doing. And so it's this idea that humans are basically good. Humans are not basically good. If humans were basically good, you would not need to train children for 18 years to be kind and say please and say thank you and mind your manners and share. No, because humans are not born basically good. They're born basically evil. And so,
what?
Yes.
Humans are born evil?
Yes, that's what happened when sin entered the world. When Eve ate the apple, an apple, you see the apple and you see the bite out of it.
Yeah, I saw Pierre Poiliever eat one.
Yes, that was funny. That was pretty good. I'm not a huge fan of Pierre, especially because of Bill C4. Why you would vote the same as Trudeau as anything is beyond me. But I have to give him props for that. That was a legendary performance.
So when a baby is born, it's evil? God creates evil babies?
No, we see, that's not, okay. God created a perfect, sinless planet, the Garden of Eden. There was no sin. It was perfect. But because God loves us, if he loves you, like when I ask people, are you in a consensual marriage, or did somebody force you to get married? Well, it was consensual because I love her or I love him. Yes. Well, God is no different. And being love, God is love. It's not it's not in his pocket. He is love. He would not have a relationship with humanity that was based on force and being compelled. And so the tree of the knowledge of good and evil had to be there because people needed to be given a choice whether they would choose this relationship out of their own free will or they would try to be God themselves. So they tried to be God themselves. And so when they ate of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, sin entered the world. And so all humanity, because they were the parents of humanity, all humanity has a sin nature. But before anybody goes, hey, that's the end of the story. No. That's why we just celebrated Easter. That's the big deal about Easter. That is why Jesus was crucified, to redeem humanity. And eventually, everyone that has chosen Jesus's sinless sacrifice will spend eternity with him, because that's what they chose. And the people that don't want to spend eternity and they just want to do their own thing and they want to be God, they can go hang out with the other guy.
So babies are not born evil.
Well, you know, if I were
Because
God,
Jesus died on the cross for our sins.
we're
So humans are
born,
not born evil, but we
we're
are born
born
with free will.
well, yeah, we're born. Well, it would
I'm
be
not a
better if
theologian,
more
so this
schools.
is not my area of expertise.
Yes,
But
it would be better if schools spent more time teaching on this, so that people could have.
therein lies another question.
Let me
for
say
you.
it this way:
Yeah, yeah.
people are born with a sin nature.
Uh,
Some people get too wrapped up in they're evil. Well, they're born with the sin nature. That's why, and we know this because you have to spend 18 years
well,
teaching a child to give, to share, to be kind, all these things. It's not
maybe
inherent in
Donald
our
Trump
nature
could
because
learn
we have a
something
sin.
about that, because it seems like he wants to just take everything these days. Now, or because he doesn't seem to believe in due process, he's pretty quick to round people up, put them on planes, and ship them off to the concentration camp in El Salvador, where without a trial and just accusations of having the wrong tattoos. But I digress. Since their
Okay,
democracy is so much better than Canada, and it's so much
you
freer
can't,
down there.
an illegal alien that is not a citizen of the United States
Mm.
it does not get due process.
Oh,
Due process is something that you
everybody
get
is entitled to due
if you
process.
enter the country legally. See, it's amazing that Democrats keep making this argument. They don't care. They only care about the victims. They don't care about the hundreds of people that they've raped and murdered. They only care about,
I
this is
care.
what
I
the
care if someone innocent is accused
president.
of a crime, scooped
So
up and put in with a bunch of criminals, and ends up getting a life sentence in a prison in a foreign country that is really being controlled by the U.S.
so
government, because they're paying
as
the other
over the
government
next 6
in order to
months,
run it, while
over the next 6
pretending
months,
that they have
Rick,
no control over it anymore because it's in the hands of a foreign government, when in fact that
over
foreign government is really being
over
used as a puppet of the administration in the USA straight back
right
into the White House. I've got
over
concerns about that, because if a single person ends up paying a price like that, then we all actually end up in a place
so
where none of us have any rights, Brandon, which is why we always must protect due process for
so
everyone,
so
especially for
here we're
the criminals and those
here's
accused of crimes.
here's where okay, so you said so many things, I'm going to try to cover them all. Okay, so um if you break a law, there is a consequence.
Yeah.
So everything, like the reason why so many people voted for Trump is because they saw how well they did under Trump and then under Biden, doubling gas prices, inflation out of control, their family being
That's the
raped,
economy.
their
You're
family
talking
being
about the
murdered.
economy. We're talking about due process.
Well, I'll get there, but so Trump, so there was an interview. So El Salvador used to be the most dangerous country in the Western Hemisphere. Now, since the president that is president of Salvador, democratically elected by the will of the people, took over El Salvador, it is safer than Canada. Look it up.
Really?
Yes. So
Really?
look it up. Yes.
Really?
So if you see their prisons, they are models of giving people a skill to do when they get out of prison.
I don't think these people are getting out of prison, Brandon.
So they are, and they
Are
will.
they?
They have.
That's not what
Yes.
That's not what I'm reading.
And so when the news media, the
don't think
fair
they're
and
gonna give them training
unbiased,
programs.
the
Don't think it's-
fair and unbiased, remember, because we're supposed to have fair and unbiased news reporting. When they came and interviewed the president and they said, well, we're concerned that the criminals, the rapists, the murderers that have multiple offenses aren't getting due process. The president said, well, I don't understand why you guys seem to care so much about due process for the rapists, the murderers, and the child molesters, but you don't care about due process for the women that get raped, the people that get murdered, the people that get robbed, all those stuff. And so due process exists. Okay, driver's license, for example, if you say, I promise I'm going to follow these rules, I'm going to get my insurance, I'm going to get a license, and I'm going to follow the rules of the road and buy insurance, then I get the privilege of driving. A nation that does not have laws and does have a rule of laws is anarchy. And any good parent does not just allow drug dealers to go live in their basement. And any good president doesn't allow murderous, child molesting gangbangers who came into the country illegally to stay there. They don't get that privilege. And so that's why the 250 years ago, the framers of the Constitution made the Alien Enemies Act so that they could remove people that were murdering, raping, and molesting their citizens. And so all this stuff about due process is just Democrat garbage. They don't care. They didn't care about due process for the J6ers that they arrested. They didn't care about due process.
What anybody cares about is only relevant if it relates to the proper application evenly of due process.
Yes, and they're totally liars and disingenuous. When you read this book, it tells you all about their motives and intentions. It tells you why they say due process and that they don't.
So these guys are not entitled to due process. The ones being shipped off to the prison in El Salvador.
So when you drive drunk, you lose the privilege of driving a car. Okay. It gets taken away from you. When you enter a country illegally, you've broke the law. You don't have the privileges.
These people,
just like driving a car.
If you drive a car drunk, you're pulled over and you face charges. Are you entitled to due process?
And you go in jail. You go to jail. You're in jail.
Are you entitled to due process?
You get to go to jail. So the gang banging, raping, murdering child molesters.
The cop pulls you over. What you're saying is the cop pulls you over illegally. You're drunk. You're just going to jail. That's the end of the story.
Okay, so would you let any of these people in your house?
Brandon,
no. Answer the question. It's very simple. No, you wouldn't.
You're completely.
You wouldn't. So if you have a gangbanger living in your house, are you going to tell me that gangbanger deserves due process and he deserves to live in your basement as long as he wants?
That's not what I'm saying.
That's exactly what you're saying.
That's not what I'm saying. It's the exact same principle. What is due process? Okay, maybe you don't understand what due process is, or maybe we need to define it so that we're both on the same page. Please define due process for
me. You get the right to stay in a country if you legally entered it. If you don't, you get deported.
No,
it's that simple.
No, that's not due process. That is not due process.
You're arguing, Rick. You're arguing to give someone a right to something they have no right to. They don't have a right to stay in the country when they entered it illegally.
I'm not saying they have a right to stay in the country. I'm saying they have a right to due process.
Right, but you're claiming that he, by saying those words, because if you say he needs due process, then you're making a claim that he's not getting due process. He is getting due process. Due process is if you enter the country illegally following the law, you get deported. It's that simple. That is due
It's not that
process.
simple. No, it's not.
Well, it's anyone. I've yet to hear
listen,
a single person on the left,
Brandon,
the Democrat. I've never heard
someone,
one of them
if
say,
someone,
I will take one of those illegal gangbangers in my house. Not a single one. None of them.
It's not the point.
Well, it is the point. That's
No,
where the
it's
rubber
not at
meets the road.
all. No.
Yeah.
If you are accused of a crime, Brandon.
Yes.
So a cop shows up, says, Brandon, you're accused of, pick a crime. What do you want to be guilty of today?
No, he scans a computer and he goes, oh, this person's in the country illegally.
Okay, let's say you're in the country illegally. The cop shows up, and he looks at you and he says, Brandon Pringle, you are in this country illegally. You're coming with me. He puts the cuffs on you, and then he throws you on an airplane and flies you to El Salvador. That's it. Did you get your due process?
Yes.
You did.
If I was,
where?
If he scans a computer and
what if the computer's wrong?
Well, yeah, that's entirely possible, but I don't understand why.
That's why you need due process.
I don't understand why Democrats are so obsessed with protecting rapists and child molesters.
I don't
and
think
murderers.
that they're not. What they are interested in is protecting your rights.
Do you know who Laken Riley is?
The system and protecting us all.
Do you know who Laken Riley is?
Yeah, Brandon, I'm not going to let you play the emotional card on this.
No,
this is about a simple. It's a simple.
You're campaigning for Democrats.
I'm not. I'm campaigning for freedom.
You can't
because you
have
don't even
freedom
you don't understand what due process is.
Okay, I do. Due process is when you are given the rights you deserve. You do not. You do.
No.
You're what? Okay, so let me ask you this, Rick. So, you get pulled over for drinking and driving, and the cop puts you in prison. He arrests you. Do you get arrested? Do you get put in jail?
I'm still entitled to due process, Brandon.
Right. So the imprisoning is part of the due process.
You can be arrested and detained, but you're still entitled to due process.
Yes. And if it's determined, yes, but if it's determined that you're in the country illegally, you get deported. You can't make exceptions for one computer error, and so the taxpayer, the person.
Then I guess you're good. Then I guess, Brandon, you are going to El Salvador, whether you're guilty or not.
Well,
because there was a computer error, you got caught up in it, and I guess you're going to El Salvador for a life sentence in the gulag. Too bad for you.
And if they determined, the more this case plays out, Rick, you're going to see that all this crying from the Democrats about how they care so much about due process, because they don't. They're just liars.
Brandon, if
they don't care about due process for Trump. It's a joke.
He's not in jail, is he?
So they raided his house. They raided his house and went through his wife's panty drawers over some files that was all not even true.
Is he in jail? Where is he?
No, by a miracle.
Where is Trump today?
FBI, it's a miracle that he didn't get shot.
Okay, but where is he today?
Like, what about the due process for all the women these people rape? Like, why are you so?
Why are you so quick? to just
Well, I don't
dismiss due process?
understand. Democrats cannot
It's not a
explain to me.
Democrat, Republican,
It
liberal,
is.
conservative
It
issue.
is.
No, it's
It
not.
is.
No, it's an issue of
Absolutely.
freedom and
You
preserving the
don't.
Constitution, preserving your
Right.
rights
So
and
what about
everyone's
the
rights.
freedom of women not to get raped and murdered? What
You
about
are
their
s-
freedom?
Oh my God! Do you not understand? You don't understand what
I
due
do.
process
I
is.
do. When when you read this book, you'll understand this a lot
Brandon. Okay,
more.
listen. I need you
Because
to please just pause for a moment. Let me say my piece. Due process means going through the proper legal process to preserve everyone's rights so that we don't live in a police state where police can then just go around and round people up and disappear them. It's to preserve our freedom. Due process means that if police show up and or if you're accused of a crime, yes, you can be detained and you can be arrested, but there is due process that then kicks in. Even for people who are accused of being in the country illegally in the United States, there are provisions even for them, if they're already in the country, to be entitled to a degree of due process. The reason for that is the people then are not just, it limits the power of the state so that your rights are preserved. So that if you're accused of a crime, it's to protect the innocent. It's to make sure that if you're innocent, it makes sure that you are innocent until proven guilty. It means that if you're accused of a crime, you then have the right. Yes, you may be detained, but you're entitled to habeas corpus. Show me the body. You have to be taken before a court so that you make a public appearance, so that you're arraigned in our country, so that there's a public declaration. We have this person in custody. This is in a public court. This person is accused of these crimes. You get an arraignment before a judge. The judge then says, we acknowledge that we have this person in custody. We're not just disappearing them. Yes, we acknowledge they are in prison and they are going through the legal process where they will have these charges aired in a public courtroom and they will be given a proper legal defense. And if you do not have a lawyer, one will be appointed to you by the court, so that you have proper legal representation in case you're innocent. And it is incumbent upon the Crown in Canada or the accuser, if it's some sort of a civil case, to prove their case against you because you are innocent until proven guilty. So it's not enough for a cop to simply show up, point his finger at a person and say, you are guilty of crime X in the country illegally, murder, rape, whatever it is, and then just haul you off to a prison someplace with no trial, no due process at all, no legal representation. That's a complete violation of someone's rights. And if you let that happen to someone, then that is allowing the state to have complete control. In fact, it even comes down to the lowest level of the state, which is, and the enforcement level, which is a cop, who then becomes the judge, jury, and executioner on the spot. No due process, no trial, no habeas corpus, no nothing. You are not entitled to anything. All it takes is a cop to say, you have the wrong tattoo, your skin color isn't the right color for me, I don't like you, I think you're guilty of something, therefore you're guilty, and off you go.
So do you think that's the way that
the
guy
biggest
got
problem
deported?
here, Brandon, is that not only are these people not being given due process, they're being thrown onto airplanes and then shipped off to another country. Why is he doing that? Because as soon as they're out of U.S. jurisdiction, he gets to then do exactly what he has done in at least a couple of these cases and say, Trump's saying, I can't do anything now. They're in El Salvador. That's a sovereign country. I have no jurisdiction there. So it's up to the government of El Salvador to decide if these people can be returned to the United States as per this Supreme Court ruling. And if Trump doesn't want that to happen, he's paying the government of El Salvador to hold these people, and he just says to them, I don't want that person returned, just with a phone call. And then the president of El Salvador says, no, sorry, we can't do it. I'm not going to do it. And there's nothing you can do because we're a sovereign country. And these people, they don't have any rights. And so I'm sorry, but that's a violation of people's rights. They're doing an end run around due process. That's what due process is for. The reason that it's important to make sure that everyone is entitled to due process is because you need to be entitled to due process to protect you and me and everybody else here. And if we allow it to be circumvented by the state to even a single person, then that actually says we have no freedoms at all. Because if the government
exactly like the Freedom Convoy, exactly like the Freedom Convoy,
person,
so
even a guilty person, then we have no
rights. This is what I can't understand, that people on the left make the same argument, but they don't apply this rules evenly. So they will scream till they're blue in the face about you need due process for these gang banging rapist child molesters.
Yeah.
But if you're in the Freedom Convoy, F you. You don't get freedom of you. You are an enemy of the state, and they had reason to be afraid of you, and you don't deserve due process. The left always
got due process.
Applies all these things. No, the Rebel News did not get due process. She got shot. She got due process. That was not due process. That little old lady, 75-year-old lady, they got trampled with a walker by the horses, didn't get due process.
Different issues. That doesn't relate to due process.
Got deported was proven to be in the country illegally.
Proven?
Yes.
Through what mechanism?
Well, if you look at all the all the news that's coming out and all his gang affiliations, and his own wife, in
the media, in the court of public opinion,
when they showed all the tattoos on his hand, what's that proof? And then they scanned them through the computer, and the computer showed that he was in the country illegally, and then they deported him.
Yeah, so the cop ran a computer check and then made a decision, and off you went.
So that where
was the due process? It's okay, Brandon. It's in the United States. It's not in Canada. It's not even related to what's going on up here.
No, it's worse. It's worse here. It's worse here.
No, it's not.
It's way worse here. They arrested pastors nowhere in the country except Alberta were more pastors arrested. And what was their crime? The Constitution, following the Constitution and following their freedom of speech. And none of them got due process. They were just put in prison because cops that obey their masters instead of obeying the Constitution. So, you play stupid games, win stupid prizes. 99% of the people that the U.S. system is built innocent until proven
Pastor
guilty.
Rodney Howard Brown. Date, March 30th, 2020. Pastor of the River at Tampa Bay Church was arrested for holding 2 Sunday services with hundreds of attendees, violating Hillsborough County's Safer at Home order limiting gatherings to fewer than 10 people. Pastor Tony Spell, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, March 31st, 2020. Spell, pastor of Life Tabernacle Church, was charged with defying Louisiana's ban on large gatherings after hosting services with hundreds of attendees. He faced misdemeanor charges for violating public health orders and was later charged with aggravated assault assault for allegedly attempting to back over a protester with a church bus. New Jersey funeral incident, April 2020. Police in New Jersey arrested 15 people at a rabbi's funeral that violated the state's ban on public gatherings. The arrests followed after mourners became disorderly when police attempted to disperse the crowd. Other notable cases, Mississippi churchgoer in April 2020. Members of Temple Baptist Church in Greenville, Mississippi were fined $500 each for attending parking lot worship services where they listened to sermons via car radios. Oh, that was a similar thing that happened not too far from here with the Church of Life. Broader context, religious freedom versus public health. 3 arrests sparked debates over First Amendment rights and public safety. Some religious leaders argued that restrictions discriminated against religious gatherings as secular businesses, like grocery stores, remained open with precautions. Others, including health officials, emphasized that large indoor gatherings, like church services, were high risk for COVID-19 transmission. I can go on. So you see, it's not really any better in the United States at all.
So
I'm not saying that what they did was right here. I was appalled, but it's no better down there. And when you have a president who rules with a Sharpie by signing like executive orders with no need to go to, I don't know, Parliament for approval on anything, or even have parliamentary review as we have when the Emergencies Act is invoked, where he eventually does, after invoking the Emergencies Act, the government, the prime minister, and the cabinet still have to go to parliament to get approval for it later after a certain number of days, and then they have to go again to get an extension. They have to get the approval of the House. Who is the House? The House is members of Parliament, which is in the House of Commons, which is the House of the people, represented by the population, the people, not we the people, Brandon, not like in the United States. It's not we the people, it's the House of Commons, the House of the people, represented by individual MPs in individual ridings. It was no better in the United States than it was here, but for whatever reason, the incidents in Canada have been amplified and are being exploited, I would say, to some degree for propagandistic purposes. Now, that being said, I was appalled at what happened here. I'm appalled at what happened down there. But the reality is, depending on where you were in the United States, there were a lot of places down there that were just as bad. Even in Florida, home of Ron DeSantis, where woke goes to die, and yet still people were, penalized, punished down there during the pandemic as well for violating pandemic mandates.
Yes, the only difference is that from a statistical perspective, Alberta's stats crushed the United States. The amount of pastors that were arrested in Canada compared to percentage of population was 100% more in Canada.
So you just why are you trying to make Canada out to be so much worse than the US when it clearly isn't? And you're really grasping for like statistics.
So
per capita arrests and stuff like that. I just showed you the laws are the application of law, same problems. I'm not making excuses. I'm saying wasn't any better. I went to Costa Rica. In fact, I still have to put the documentary or the extended report together on this from over a year ago. And when I went down there, one of the things that I did is I went around and I asked, was it any better here in Costa Rica than it was, say, in Canada? Did you have lockdowns? Did you have vaccine mandates? I talked to the people just on the streets, on the beach, just the local people, right? Because there were people saying, get out of Canada, leave Canada. It's so much better in places like Costa Rica. So off I went to Costa Rica. I just happened to be going there. It was a long story why. The point is, I went down there. You know what? It was no better down there. They were doing the same things there that we were doing in Canada. And they were doing the same things in most places in the US as we were doing here. And in some cases, Brandon, I would say in places like New York and California, it was probably in certain respects even worse. And when Keith Wilson stood up on November 2nd, 2022, and that scrum, he also talked about how Canada was like imposing these travel restrictions, which were far worse than, say, other G7 countries, which ultimately kind of is true, but it didn't really tell the whole story in full context, because even in those countries where he's saying, tried to make people believe that there was like no travel restrictions, just sort of by conflating information or just soft pedaling certain aspects of the story, it wasn't really true, because in places like Germany, you had things called like the Green Pass and things like that, which prohibited people from traveling longer distances on trains and buses and things like that, just like in Canada, if you didn't get the thing in the arm. So it's not really true. Everybody was doing this all over the place, and it was terrible.
How many black sites where they kidnap people against their will and put them in a black site happened in America over the injection saga?
Yeah. I don't know.
No, I'm just asking you if you
what
know
is a black site?
if you're
I don't know.
if you're
What's a black site?
a black site is where police come and arrest people, take away their phone, and take them to a building that they don't even know where they are, and they won't be told because they're being told they're violating mandates. Do you know how many black sites there were in Canada?
I have no idea. I'm don't know.
3, more than 3 black sites. So a pastor's
do you know where these were, or do you know what this?
One was the I think it was the Marriott in Calgary. And so they arrested them, took them off the plane, took their phone, didn't know where they were, and forced them to live in this black site.
Who are they arresting?
People that were quote unquote violating travel restrictions during COVID.
I don't know. I'm not familiar with this story, so
yes,
I'll have to look it up and see if it's
happens multiple times. And if you look from a statistical perspective, from legal cases in the States, absolutely, no question, there's bad judges that do bad things, but I mean, like statistically speaking, Canada is much worse, to the point where when 2 different politicians in the European Union publicly in the European Union say, Trudeau, you are a disgrace, you are abusing your people, stop coming in here and talking about democracy. I mean, that never happened to anybody else. In fact, in Trump, places around the world he's celebrated because peace and stability happen.
And that's
when
maybe
he's
so
president.
much these days.
Well, the thing is that people need to remember that Trump is not God.
That is true. Someone should tell him.
And no, I don't. I think that if people really, if you looked at all the good that he has done, that he works for free, he doesn't take a paycheck, he lost money in office. No Democrat president has ever lost money in office. So he works for free. He donates. He's bought people houses. He flew a kid that needed a kidney transplant that was a rare thing on his private plane from New York to LA to get the surgery. There's so many of these stories where he's so kind and so gracious, and people don't pay attention. They just only listen to what CNN tells them to think. They don't think about all the good that he's doing. And Jesus is my savior.
Yeah.
Trump is not my savior. And so I'm very, very, and I'll call him on his
God complex, like
Trump
this.
says that.
Well, I don't think
nobody has done more for Christianity than him. Okay. Hang on, watch. Nobody's done more for religion than him. Here he is on CBN. And I think this was posted with the intent of, thinking that this would be like a positive thing for the president.
Nobody has done more for Christianity. Nobody has done more for religion of all type than me. And they're really doing things now and I've always said it, they are against organized religion. They're against Christianity.
Just nobody's done more for religion than me, Brandon.
I would like to see.
Brandon, may you please let Mother Teresa end? Popes.
He didn't say in history.
Can you just let me finish one thing?
Oh yeah.
Never mind.
I was looking at your other face.
Yeah, but not listening.
Oh, okay.
I was running the clip for a reason. I'll run it again if it's okay with you. Just here. Trump says that nobody has done more for Christianity than him. Um, okay. And nobody's done more for religion than him. Here he is on CBN. And I think this was posted with the intent of, thinking that this would be like a positive thing for the president.
Nobody has done more for Christianity. Nobody has done more for religion of all type than me. And they're really doing things now and I've always said it, they are against organized religion. They're against Christianity.
Just nobody's done more for religion than me. Mother Teresa, popes, Jesus.
So in context,
little
okay,
self-worship there.
they hate Christianity. So he's talking about Democrats, and he's talking about previous presidents. He's not talking that he's greater than Jesus. So this is classic spin that you see in the news, that it's like, oh yeah, Trump said there are very fine people on both sides. And Rick, we had to wait 7 years for Snopes to put on their website that was not true, and that he didn't say that there were white supremacists that were good people. We had to wait 7 years for that. So that is a classic example of, yes, he's exaggerates and brags and all these other imperfections that he has. Absolutely. The issue, though, the issue that I have is, instead of focusing on protecting girls in sports and all the good and amazing things that he is doing for peace in the world, and he has done, getting 1,800 people out of prison, all this other stuff, these clowns, they want someone who's presidential instead of someone who's a good guy. You're not going to have someone that's brave enough to put his life in danger to take on the most evil, wicked monsters like George Soros and the deep
And
state.
why does he defend people like the Tate brothers?
I don't know anything about that, so I'd have to.
Well, you might want to look into that one.
I'd have to.
You're worried
look
about
into that.
Women being raped and stuff. And why was the first person he got out of jail?
And
as a
I
prisoner
suppose
exchange
they're
from
getting
Russia?
the Tate.
Why was he a guy
the
that was
Tate-
accused of drug dealing?
I suppose the Tate brothers are getting due process right now. The government of Florida has opened an investigation on them, and no one is above the law. And so, if they're found
Actually, one guy
to
is.
done something bad, I'm sure Trump will stop saying how wonderful they are.
Well, I hope so.
I don't see anybody judging themselves to the same standard they judge Trump. I hear people that claim they're Christians almost on a regular basis say the most evil, wicked, slanderous lies that were just completely made up by CNN, and they virtue signal about how amazing and godly and spiritual they are. It makes me sick. So if you're gonna, the ancient saying from the time we were little, if you point a finger, you've got 3 pointing back at you. And so if the media held themselves all to the same standard, I mean, the new White House press secretary is a breath of fresh air. Let me tell you, because she doesn't take any crap from the mainstream media. She calls them out on their garbage on a regular basis, and she brings receipts. And so, I mean, it's amazing that almost 100 days in, and they're still so stupid, they think that they're going to pull one over on her. I mean, I'm sure that during the next 3-4 years, they'll catch her on this one thing or that thing, because you can't always nail everything perfect. But I mean, she's calling out the media for all their fake news, and it's glorious to see how the White House is also pulling out all the garbage press and giving press like people like you an opportunity, and not just the New York Times just because they're the New York Times. No, when you lie as much as you do, you don't deserve to have that coveted spot. People that try to call balls and strikes fairly need to be given more opportunity.
Well, you talked about Associated Press, and they kind of banned them from the press room.
That's temporary. I honestly believe that's temporary. I think that the thing is
it was temporary because they went to court and they were reinstated because of a court order. But you know, how do you feel about the circumstances that led to Associated Press being banned?
Well, there's other. See, this is the other thing that I don't think people like. You cross the line. Like,
I crossed the line?
Everything Trump has had to deal with a press, the prostitutes, who.
Whoa! Wait a minute! Wait!
No, like,
why was Associated Press banned?
They were banned because they refused to call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America.
Right.
And yes. And so, pardon me, okay, if you get slaughtered by the press and lied about every day constantly on almost like on so many stories, and then they decide to make a stand on the Gulf of America. I mean, like, there's people dying. There's like, why Associated Press is willing to go to war over the Gulf of America, but they didn't care at all about all the women being raped on the southern border. So if I were president, at some point, I would say I would push back, and the Associated Press deserved to be pushed back because
they deserve to be banned over that.
They have abused their freedom of speech. Is not an ultimate freedom for all things. You can't slander people. They've slandered him so many times and stuff.
Who did they slander?
And so
Trump, they didn't slander anyone.
The Associated Press? Are you kidding me? What did you watch?
By refusing to call
4 years
it the Gulf of America, they slandered him?
No. I'm not talking about one thing, Rick. I'm talking about
that's what we're talking about.
Of negative lies and slander that the Associated Press has propagated against Trump for
the issue is
it's not.
He says he's a free. You talk about free speech, right?
So
you say it's so protected in the United States. You say that their constitution protects free speech.
On the
Associated Press, which represents one of the largest, if not the largest, news service in the United States, with their team of journalists, if they don't comply with the Orwellian or executive order of Donald J. Trump, just unilaterally declaring that the Gulf of Mexico shall hereby be called the Gulf of America. If they don't comply, they get banned, which is a form of censorship. And you say that free speech is protected in the United States, not in the Not in the White House these days, it doesn't seem. And I'll tell you, you don't
you're,
think that's a serious thing?
Rick, you're taking one isolated selection instead of looking at all the different access to the White House and more questions that Trump gives. So you go do your homework, Rick. You go look at how the press treated Obama for 8 years, and then compare it to how Trump was treated by the Associated Press. There's not
the issue. Is very important.
The fact that he pushed back, I have more respect for him that he pushed back than just allow.
How do you feel about him naming it the Gulf of America?
I have no idea. I do think,
well, it's important
that I mean, you know, it's
critical.
So this is the left. This is what the left always does.
The left
makes conversation pieces or issues of things that are like there's women being raped and murdered every day by illegals in America. And is Associated Press spending all their time focusing on this and working with telling the truth and figuring out the best ways to solve these problems? Is it true
that it's the Gulf of America?
No, they will.
Is it the Gulf of America or the Gulf of Mexico?
No. According to Google, on one map, it's Gulf of America. On another map, it's the Gulf of Mexico.
So which
I
is
don't
it?
know. But what I do know.
Now you don't know what's real. That's the point.
So
that's the issue here. It's actually, it seems trivial, but it isn't, Brandon.
Well,
this is actually at the very heart of everything going on right now.
And
this is why it's so damn important. That's why they banned Associated Press, because it's critical. It's so important, and people generally are not seeing it. It's because it seems trivial that its importance is so critical.
I didn't hear any liberals complaining
about
liberalism. How they tore down all these statues, renamed all these streets, renamed all the schools. So they do it, and it's just fine because it's all these reasons why they have to rename all these buildings.
Why did he rename it? Why did he rename it?
But if Trump renames the Gulf of Mexico, then it's the whole world is ending. So they just
literally, it actually literally could be because he renames it the Gulf of America.
I could get on board with his argument if the people that propagated the argument weren't disingenuous.
No, the argument is the argument. The issue is the issue.
No,
it doesn't matter what those people did. It's about whether the issue is valid, whether the arguments that are laid out surrounding it are valid.
All the schools.
Why did he do it?
Renamed. What about them? So do you agree that?
I'm talking. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this. Why did he rename the Gulf?
Why did the Democrats rename a school? It's reality, Rick. It's reality. The school is called the Diefenbaker School. Why is it called the Sister of Perpetual Peace School now?
Well, there is that. Yeah, so it is important, right?
Right. So
what authority on whose authority? Here's the
make the same case on the other side.
Let me ask you the question. Let me ask you the question. On whose authority did he do this?
He did. He just like Biden authorized all little girls to have their breasts cut off in America with an executive order.
Wait a minute.
Instead, Trump uses executive
even
order.
That is within the jurisdiction of the United States, okay? And whatever laws apply to that, that's within the geographic boundaries of the United States of America. On whose authority did Donald J. Trump rename the Gulf of Mexico?
By the same authority that Biden used to cut the breasts off little girls.
Did
Same
he?
thing. Executive
So
order.
what else is
So then,
what
if
else
you don't,
outside?
if you don't,
Because the Gulf of
so
Mexico is not within the entirely within the jurisdiction of the United States.
no, it isn't.
No.
But again,
So who is he to say that it's the
I
Gulf
would
of America?
I could get on board with this being a valid argument
It is a
as
valid
long as
argument.
you include all the schools that the Democrats renamed.
That's a
all
domestic
the roads.
thing, and
No, it's exactly
it's a
the same
related
thing.
kind of a
A
thing.
school,
But
a
you need to
school or a
focus
body of
on
water
the
is no different.
discussion. You need to focus the discussion in order to have a reasonable outcome and a reasonable discussion. Otherwise, you're going to meander all over the place. The issue is at hand. On whose authority did he do this?
He was given by
By whom?
the laws of the United States. You
Which
have the
do they
authority to make
apply?
executive orders.
Do the laws of the United States apply in Mexico? Do they apply in any other country where the Gulf of Mexico touches the boundaries?
They apply to every map in the United States. So if Mexico wants to make all their maps that say Gulf of Mexico, good for them. Go for it. And if America wants to call it Gulf of America,
now
good
we're
for
into
them.
a bit of a pickle, aren't we? Because now if you want to navigate somewhere in the world, how are you going to get there if there's not even an agreement from country to country over
Yeah,
what
so
places
we're
are called?
screwed then, because Democrats changed all the names of the streets and all the
No, that's
schools all
domestic.
over. Everybody's going to be so
that's within the
confused because they're not
jurisdiction of
going
the
to go,
United States.
oh, Churchill. Oh, they
So,
named the
so what if
Churchill
Donald
school
Trump
something
decides to
else.
rename the Hudson Bay? What if he decides to call it the I don't know, the Bay of America, the Gulf of America, and the Bay of America?
If Canada is stupid enough to give him that authority, then I guess
Well,
they
we
can
haven't.
change
Nor
their
did
name.
Mexico give him the authority. So, upon whose authority did he rename the Gulf of Mexico?
By the authority given to him by the laws of the United States,
which don't apply.
Well, if Mexico is really upset about it, they could.
And they are.
Then they could go and file a lawsuit in U.S. court if they wanted.
Why would they bother? It doesn't apply. U.S. courts don't have jurisdiction over that.
Right, but yeah, I get that. I get all those things, Rick. Yeah. But has to be just as important. Okay, if you're going to allow changing, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If you're going to allow the left to change all these,
that's a domestic U.S. issue. You can have that discussion, but in this particular case, we're talking about something international, and whether the United States of America has the sovereign authority beyond its borders to rename entire international bodies of water without even consulting with or collaborating with or cooperating with other nation states, which are also affected by this. So Trump is saying, I don't give a damn what Mexico says. I don't give a damn what any other countries say. This is going to be ours. I'm asserting my claim over all of this territory because I'm the big guy. I'm the guy with the nukes. I'm the guy with the biggest military, and there's nothing you can do. It's might makes right. And I am beginning the process of normalizing this idea that I get to do whatever the hell I want. And I'm going to normalize the idea that this body of water belongs to America. It's part of this larger, hemispherical land jurisdiction, and even, this area of water that we now have some sort of control over. I get to decide. Just me. I don't have to listen to Sheinbaum in Mexico. I don't have to listen to Trudeau or Carney or Poiliever in Canada. I do what I want. That boundary line along, between Canada and the United States, that's just an imaginary line, as he says. It's not even real. It should just be the 51st state. I'm going to annex Canada. I'm going to take over Greenland.
Do you honestly think that Trump is going to invade Canada?
He may not need to, because given the right conditions, using information warfare, by getting people upset, using various narratives, and even by using media up here and influencing media, yeah, you can convince people to, you can gin up the separatist movement in
it is
Alberta.
amazing to me how China has infiltrated every single level of government,
Right.
and has 100% tariff on Canada's products right now. What do you mean China has 100% tariff? No, they don't. Yeah, they do. So not a word in the media. So it's
Actually,
orange man bad, orange man bad, orange man bad. Trump is the best thing that's ever happened to Canada. And so
really,
as long as
don't tell that to the auto
everybody,
workers who just got laid off here, because I don't think they're going to see it that way.
Well, that happened.
It did,
because Carney and Trudeau are cozying up to China. They're creating.
So what if they are
a national security threat to America?
Really?
Yes, absolutely.
Wow. Well, says
absolutely.
Who? Says who? Donald J. Trump?
No, the amount of fentanyl that's flowing across the border.
Oh, right. That's a good story. Like we talked about at the beginning of the broadcast. I'll tell you this, okay? Why does Donald J. Trump or United States of America get to decide who we do business with? On whose authority?
Why would you want to do business with people that murder people and harvest their organs?
Or ship people off to a gulag? Or you yourself, last time you were on here, you were concerned about everything that went on in Afghanistan and everything that went on in Iraq. And now you're defending the United States on this other front. And yet I see that you're frozen. Are you coming back to us there, Brendan?
No,
okay, there you go.
I'm
you're
not
back.
frozen.
Oh, okay.
No.
Well, you can hold up the book. It's not an argument.
So
holding up the book itself is not an argument.
No, the problem is that
why does the United States get to dictate to us who we do business with, whether it's Australia, the UK, China, Japan? Maybe we want to do business with Russia. Or Ukraine.
So if anyone with common sense that sees that America is protecting Canada through Alaska, and we've been riding the US's coattails for personal sovereignty for 70 years.
Oh, well, that's certainly a simplistic argument. But if you really look at
how
NATO formed and Canada's alliance
all day
support and all of the allies,
this is when people read The Naked Communist and they actually learn how the world really works, and they actually understand more than the prostitutes. That,
well, America I will say this. I will give you this, okay, with regard to China. They did have a media influencer from China who the other day made some sort of a declaration saying that this person said that they were going to come to Canada and visit as to liberate our country. This is China. Yes. I mean, isn't that horrific? I do agree that that's terrible.
Do you know anything about our organ harvesting by the Chinese?
Well, God, Brandon, but just the fact that this media influencer would have the balls, the audacity to sit there and even suggest that they would come to Canada to liberate us. I mean, I do agree that's way over the line, wouldn't you say?
Yes, I lived right by the airport where they were training the Chinese military.
Yeah. Oh, I made a mistake. You know who did that? Tucker Carlson.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he kind of did when he phoned the prime minister's office and made that declaration, which in my estimation, and I said at the time, I don't think he's joking, but everybody else kind of went, ha, 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 except that, you see, if you're coming to Canada, you have to declare you have to state what your intended purpose for visiting is. And so I think that he actually said it right out loud on purpose so that he couldn't be accused of entering the country on false pretenses. Yeah, that was Tucker Carlson who said that he was coming up here to liberate us. And I said at the time, I don't think he's joking, folks. And look at where it has progressed since then. I'm telling you, man, this is no joke. Trump himself keeps saying it's not a joke. He talked about it again today, which is actually one of the things that I wanted to talk about in the program, except that our conversation has actually been fantastic. And I'm so glad that you're still here, because this has been the most lively discussion I've had with anybody on these issues in a long time. So this is actually a treat for me. But I'll tell you, no, it wasn't the Chinese, man. It was Tucker Carlson. It's just that we're so desensitized and so immune to the idea, because we've had such a good relationship with the United States for so long, that we don't see the actual threat that is right in front of our faces, even as we are being told by our potential adversary that they are coming here to liberate us, to take us over. And he's not the only one. There's a long list of them: Jackson Hinkle, Tim Pool, who was given a seat in the White House in the independent media chair just 2 or 3 days ago, after also being connected to influence money through tenant media, through the Department of Justice, which people also seem to be just dismissing. So it's no big deal. But this is a guy who clearly has Russian narratives woven all through his podcasts.
And nobody wants to narrative thing. When ABC and NBC and all these other presidents met with Putin, it was just fine. There's pictures with all of them. The whole world was fine, happy. If Trump does it, then it's Satan and it's evil, and so they don't have any credibility. And it's Orange Man bad, Orange Man bad, Orange Man bad. No, our whole government.
I was not Orange Man bad. I was not Orange Man bad. I made the T-shirts, right? But
yes,
hey, if the guy's doing stuff that's harmful to us, if the guy is threatening our sovereignty, if the guy is threatening the sovereignty of Mexico, if he's insulting other countries by putting military on their border and then declaring drug cartels as terrorist organizations to then give him justification for any kind of military action he wants to take inside their borders, I don't know. I've got an issue with that. And when he really goes about the process of renaming the Gulf of Mexico, the Gulf of America, and then punishing media outlets if they don't comply with his news speak or his political speak, if you want to, move the Orwellian narrative forward. So this is extremely dangerous.
So Associated Press got a dose of their own medicine, and they deserve it.
Associated Press was doing their job.
Done that. If they've done that once to Trump, they've done it 10,000 times.
He has no business renaming that Gulf.
If he turns around and gives them a dose of their own medicine,
and he needs to do that. No, you think it's that trivial? This is about everything. This is about the President of the United States, probably the most powerful person on the face of the planet, with the most powerful military, asserting his authority, which only comes from his military, because everybody else is afraid of him. Nobody wants to get nuked.
How did he get all the peace treaties signed in Israel?
What's that?
How did he get all the peace treaties with Muslim countries signed with Israel?
The Abraham Accords, dude. The Middle East is blowing up. If you haven't noticed, okay, it ain't working. And the ending the war in Ukraine in 24 hours. Yeah, that hasn't happened either, because that's just been bombast.
Okay, so do you think China, that America is a greater threat to Canada than China?
At the moment, damn right.
Oh my gosh.
Well, Brandon, it's right in front of your
100% tariffs on Canada from China. Did you even know about that?
Yeah, but not on everything.
Our whole government is infiltrated with Chinese.
The whole government is infiltrated with Chinese, eh?
Yes, with Chinese military. Like, it's in the newspaper. It's in the newspaper on a regular basis, but the Liberals refuse to do anything about it. It's the worst kept secret.
Actually,
on earth.
Brandon, first of all, you don't know that it's all Chinese. Secondly, I also know.
No, I never said it was all.
Right,
I just said
right, and
I just said that the government is.
And I'm not saying that the Chinese don't have influence in our government and that they're not trying to influence things here. They certainly are. So too is Iran and Russia and certainly the United States. And right now, there's no country that is more involved in information warfare being used against our country than the United States itself. That is very
Than
evident.
China?
Oh, yes.
Than China?
Than China. 100%.
Like, so this is how the Chinese Communist Party and the communists get control of the airwaves. So it's in this book in page 264, where it says, infiltrate the press, get control of book reviews, assignments, editorial writing, policy making decisions, gain control of key positions in radio, TV, and motion pictures, support any socialist movement to give centralized control over any part of the culture, education, social agencies, welfare programs, mental health clinics, etc. So anybody that's what the communists do, and they've largely succeeded when
they do have influence, and they certainly own companies, media, some media companies in Hollywood. Not all of it, some of it. China owns a lot more of it. And I'll tell you this: it's who it isn't,
murdering people and harvesting organs.
America,
okay.
Yeah, I know.
The only
and
thing that's kept us free is America.
Who it isn't? It isn't the Jews. Okay, so much anymore. But the Chinese certainly have more influence. But who really has the most influence right now in terms of media control? And I used to say, because this is an old saying, when you want to take over a country, when you take over a country, what's the first thing you do? You go in and you seize control of the radio and TV stations. Why do you do that? Because then you can control the messaging to the population. That was the old school way. But today, if you want to take over a country, you don't take over the country and then take over the media. What you do is you seize control of the media first, and then you take over the country with information warfare. And who has the most powerful social media platform right now? Who controls it?
China.
No.
TikTok is by far and away the biggest media platform.
First of all, TikTok has controls on it within North America. There are controls over it. Trump is asserting more of it. And in fact, that's going to be broken up, and ownership is going to be transferred to maybe even Kevin O'Leary, which I talked about earlier in the broadcast. But no, the person who controls the most powerful social media platform in the world today, the number one news app anywhere on the planet, is Elon Musk through X. And Steve Bannon has even talked about how over in Europe right now, where you are getting this surge of this rise of the right-wing parties like the AFD, okay, he has said that there's nothing that can stop the power of Elon Musk.
I mean, I'm able to read all kinds of true media on X.
As he is influencing the media, the media landscape over there, and influencing the politics through his algorithms in ways that people can't even recognize. And it's not the only social media platform doing it. YouTube's doing it. Facebook's doing it. All these others are doing it as well. And some of them are alternatives like Gab and Truth Social and so on. But Truth, that's definitely Elon Musk.
The only difference, there's some things that he's done good. I hate electric cars.
There's a war on for your mind.
So, but
Elon is controlling you. All of us.
X actually exposed a lot of internal corruption that was going on between them and the government, whereas Google
files, blah blah blah,
is still hiding all that.
Do you know how the algorithm works?
No.
You see, these are very complex questions. We've been talking about this on the show for the past few weeks.
I'm not in any way defending him. I have a whole bunch of reasons, things that he does that I don't agree with. But at least there's a ton of what I can say from personal experience is I've read a bunch of articles about the corruption in the medical industry and all this other stuff that I wouldn't have found out about if it weren't for X. And
therein
Trudeau has banned so much media from Canada.
Has he?
So I don't know. Yeah, if you go try to do a Google search on something, try to do any Google search on anything. And
Okay.
almost every time you down to the bottom left, okay, not anything controversial, anything that the liberals might find controversial. In the bottom left-hand corner, you will usually see articles that you might want to see have been suppressed or whatever. So if you're looking for actual important topics, Trudeau is banning a lot of them. Whereas, and so I'm sure, like, I know
Well,
that I'm being shadow banned on
I
X.
know that
I
they
know I
have.
am.
I know
But
that they have through legislation, they require social media companies to push legacy media up higher in the search engine rankings than other media outlets. That is true. So they
and
have they do require
so
the uh,
like
the social media platforms to do that. But as far as outright banning things, I'm trying to think of something they've actually banned. What
well,
have they
5 years
banned?
in
Let me.
prison, 5 years in prison for telling your kid what the Bible says about not cutting their breasts off. So that's Bill C4.
Hmm.
But man, it is 5.5 hours, bro.
Yeah.
Even
Really?
someone
Five
that
and a half
like
hours?
even someone like me who talks a lot, I'm fading.
How
Well,
many years in
nobody's
jail did you
gonna
say that
believe this.
was?
Nobody's gonna believe this. What do you mean,
Yeah.
Brandon? You wore out
Thrown in
after
jail for
five and a half
5 years,
hours?
did you say?
Yes. It's called conversion therapy.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go on my Substack, you can read all about it. You can read, and it shows the vote where Pierre voted the same as Trudeau. They call it conversion therapy as if you can convert. They're not. They haven't changed. They haven't picked that identity. They're a boy
Mm-hmm.
or a girl. So by calling it conversion therapy, even that is a lie. If a boy or a girl is confused and they're trying to be something else, that means Big Pharma is trying to convert them so that they can use them as guinea pigs. That's what this is what communism does. Social justice is being kind to normal people, but for them, it means murdering people and doing $2 billion worth of damage. So it's always communism. It's always communism.
So
Um,
conversion therapy. So if it's not about teaching people about the Bible, though, Brandon, so much as
well,
it's
it's
like
three parts.
if you have someone who says that there's a gay, right?
Yeah,
And then their dad, maybe their
if a
dad does,
child
yeah,
says, I want to castrate myself,
or maybe they just say they're gay,
right? And the dad
and
says,
then
well,
dad says,
son,
no, you
the
can't be
Bible,
gay. You're misguided.
well, the
So we're gonna get you therapy, and then they're taken into counseling, I guess. And then someone sits there and tries to convince them that they're not gay. That would be conversion therapy, right?
so Dr. Miriam Grossman,
Mm-hmm.
who's been teaching this and testified before Congress
Yeah.
and has been doing this for 45 years, and the literature, the professional literature, all the literature says the agenda that they push is scientifically wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you are have if you're a boy that has XY chromosomes and you're not allowed to say to your son, well, the science says this or the Bible says this without getting 5 years in prison, that is insane. Absolutely insane. It's compelled speech. It's forcing someone it's 5 years in prison for teaching someone science. That is literally insane. And this is what communism, that's why I always show this book, because when you read this book, you understand how they infiltrate this and how they get their narrative. I mean, the pro-life community was warning about this 15
this is
years ago.
actually what I really wanted to ask you about from the very beginning. Is you believe strongly in freedom, right?
Yes.
Me too. So, and this is something I have trouble reconciling when you begin, you know, merging the church and the state. So if you, as the Christian Heritage Party, and I just want to try to understand your position on this, because I think this is almost an irreconcilable issue when you combine the church and the state. If you believe in freedom, but you overlay say a Christian perspective into your legislation, you are then creating laws based on Judeo-Christian values, which dictate a particular moral view, and therefore you are legislating morality. But if you believe in freedom, like freedom of speech, freedom of expression, freedom of religion, you may well be violating people's rights and even violating their freedom by so doing that, by legislating morality, by legislating a particular religious perspective, because that can run contrary to someone else's religion or someone else's beliefs. And therefore you are dictating to other people how to live, not just dictating on religious terms, but simply on lifestyle terms through the lens and perspective of Judeo-Christian values. So how do you reconcile that, those policies, that platform, that integration of the church with the state and your commitment to freedom?
That's a great question, Rick. And I'm never usually given the long enough time that it takes to answer it. Because if you say this, then the person questions you, well, this, blah, blah. So it's, so fundamentally, God gave us one rule in the Bible, just one. Love your neighbor as yourself. The Bible says that the whole law is summed up in love your neighbor as yourself. So God's model and God's plan was to have one rule. That's how you manage everything, by loving your neighbor as yourself. Well, people with a sinful nature are looking for the selfish reasons to justify why they want to do what they want to do. And so then we have the 10 Commandments. So God expanded it and said, this is, and this is why I'm such a big defender of the United States, because no country has done it so well, because the whole goal is not to have a million laws. That was, God started with one, but people forced more. And so if you actually, now, why would we need a law to stop, because Trump signed an executive order to stop the surgical mutilation of children in America. 14,000 surgeries where they've castrated boys and girls. Now, you and I, normal people, 70 years ago, never imagined for 1 second that we would need to create a law to ban this. Nobody in the right mind would have ever thought that we needed to make a law to stop men from hurting children sexually.
So
we never
someone
ever
born
thought,
intersex with both male and female genitalia, would you ban sexual conversion? There's sex change. There's surgery for them.
Law, men and women are different. If they're 18 and they've made a choice to go do this horrible thing to themselves that most of them regret, they're adults. They have the freedom and choice to go do that. Children, on the other hand, their brains are not fully formed till at least 25. So big pharma and the people that want to get their mitts on them need to the
So if
freedom. You
someone
can't
is
have
born, if a baby is born with both male and female genitalia, intersex
yes.
or hermaphrodite, whatever phrase you choose to use, you're saying that they must then just
No, they
live
should
that
be able to
way
have a
until
conversation. No, there
they
has to.
are 18,
No,
and
they
then they
have
can
to.
make the decision for themselves.
So if if so if a 14-year-old girl who does not have wrong genitalia,
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about these people who just don't quite fit into, the slots, male or female. They don't.
okay.
So what do you do with that?
Okay.
And
So
and
what you do,
under because we're
with
talking about
that is this.
legislation, laws, all of
What you
these
do
things.
with this is you allow all options to be on the table.
Hmm.
You
For
allow
them, but not for
them.
others.
You allow the experts who have all the best knowledge to speak to the parents and speak to the child. And then
Right.
once they've gone through all these different experts and they've had all the information given to them, and then they decide a way to walk that out. What the Trudeau government and the Conservative government did is said, I don't care about you parents. I don't care that there are experts that know way more about this than us. You are not allowed to tell the child all this other information. You are not allowed to do anything that could cause them to change their mind from converting, even when it could destroy them and make them want to kill themselves. So so Christians are not afraid
You're back over
of
there. I'm talking about the people
Christians
born
are
with
not afraid of information. What
no.
Christians know, as well as any country that's brought in information,
Yeah.
know that there's a appropriate time to be teaching children about drugs and
I'm
sexuality.
asking about specifically your platform with your party, your candidacy. How are you going to deal with these people? Because they are out there, young people,
All
babies who are
if
born with both
if
male,
all
female genitalia.
if
How
all
do you
the
deal with that through your
expert
legislation, through your approach?
yeah if all the best literature and all the best experts on this throughout the whole world are allowed to speak into this situation rather than being stopped by the government from speaking into this situation, each individual
I don't think the government is stopping experts from speaking to this issue
no,
on
that's you gotta
intersex children.
Rick, you gotta read Bill C4.
Oh, okay. Well, I've read some of it
If a
and I've
child
looked at it, but
wants
the
to be
point
a
is,
different sex than they are, if they want to change sexes, which is impossible, it's a scientific possibility. Even the people that
what
butcher
about
these
people
children
born with
say
both male
this.
and female genitalia? Is it impossible for them?
So, but so in that specific instance,
Yeah.
okay, which Bill C4 does not talk about. It just talks about conversion therapy. So you have a regular girl who now wants to be a boy.
Well, we've already talked about that, Brandon. So you've made your point. I'm asking specifically about this, and I'm talking about
Well, if they get all the access,
imposing morality and imposing a lifestyle and imposing a
well, then
decision,
you're
maybe even
opening
in
the
a case
door
like
to
this.
men molesting children, Rick, because
What?
you're imposing morality on them.
Well, I mean, that's a valid point in a way, because every society needs to decide what is immoral, what is illegal, right? And so, but as you start to drill down and get into the different issues, you start to get into the nitty gritty and things that aren't always round pegs fitting into round holes.
So I'm
Right?
going to read. It's amazing to me that most people don't understand how Jordan Peterson got so smart. I don't know if he believes in God
Probably genetics.
or not. But he's been reading the Bible for 30 years. It's not genetics. Let me tell you. This is what Proverbs 28:5 says.
Yeah.
Evil people don't understand justice, but those who follow the Lord understand completely. In Ecclesiastes 10, it says, because fools base their thoughts on foolish premises, their conclusions will be wicked madness.
Mm-hmm.
And so every society, the farther they drift away from God, the worse they get. And
I
you
still don't
cannot
have
have a more
these children born with both male and female genitalia. We still don't have an answer over here from you tonight, Brendan.
So my personal response is get all the experts available to them, and so they have all the data available to them, so they can decide, so the parents can decide based on all the literature, not only what the big pharma wants them to have, only what the government wants them to have, all the literature. We're not afraid of people having
And
the
then let them make a decision for themselves.
And then they have to be.
And then they have the freedom to do that.
What I don't see any way. I don't see any way around that.
Right.
What do you do?
Right.
If you examine the person and you go, well, they have a uterus. Okay,
Mhm.
well, does that mean?
These are really complicated issues, right? And then parents have to make these decisions in some cases for a child born with both male and female genitalia, right? Upon birth. And then, so should the parent then have the right to make the decision for the child at birth? Or should they be compelled to wait until and let the child mature to adulthood when they are of legal age to make the decision on their own? And then you are forcing the child to live a life, grow up the way that they are born, whether they like that or not, even as they get to be like 10, 12, what age, I don't know. But at what point does that person then have the freedom to make a choice? And then wherein does the state's role in this lie? Where does the government have a role? Why does the government have a place in this? Because if I believe in freedom, it really kind of comes down largely to tolerance, and yet at the same time trying to protect the rights of people, especially people that don't fit into specific categories like male or female. And I'm sitting here tonight still struggling with this because as I hear, all the debates in public forums, online, social media, and I hear people saying there's only two sexes, male and female, I always come back to this, something that I've known to be a fact since I was a child. There is not just a male and a female. There are also other people who are born with both male and female genitalia. Hermaphrodites, as I came to know them as a child, just because of looking and studying and reading about things and watching and learning, or today intersex. And that extends, I think, pretty far into this whole discussion and probably even beyond just what I've laid out here tonight, because I think it's more common than people really realize because it's underreported and not talked about. And there are a lot of people out there that just don't fit into a category. And so it is shades of gray. So I have to say, just to wrap up, and I'll let you finish.
Yeah.
It comes down largely, I think, to tolerance, which is what I always come back to. And that's where our society honestly used to be, where we had tolerance for each other. And Justin Trudeau went too far when he said that we have to go beyond tolerance, because going beyond tolerance, as he said during a speech in London, Ontario a few years ago, really means being intolerant. That leads to authoritarianism.
That's why he said,
right.
That's
that
why
all
he said
goes back on the other side as well.
Yes.
Not just for him, but also on the conservative side, on the Christian side. So we have to be very careful. And I don't know how you reconcile that as a Christian party, combining, converging the church and the state, because by doing that, you're also injecting a level of intolerance and even authoritarianism into your legislation, into your way of governance. I'll let you wrap up.
Yes. Yeah, thanks, Rick. I think that the first thing is you got to look at the motive for the person pushing their agenda. Why are they doing this? Are they genuinely caring about a child that has two different parts, or they actually have a larger plan that they're attempting to gain? So this is with communism, they exploit all these anomalies because the real goal is actually something evil and sinister. And so God's model and our party platform is to have one rule, and that was God's model, but people have made it so that we had to make all these other rules that we didn't need. We shouldn't have had to make a rule to that you're not supposed to harm children. We shouldn't have to make that rule, but we did.
Oh, you're not going to want to sign off because you're going to want to answer this one. Somebody's messaging me here because I guess it's in the chat, and I can't see the chat here because it's a long story.
Oh no! I see a chat.
That would be over in off Twitter. Usually they just attack me over there. The question over here is, can Brandon tell us if you know what a woman is? Can you tell us what a woman is? Which is a big question for a lot of people, right?
That is a fantastic question. And what I would highly recommend is to watch the movie Matt Walsh made called What is a Woman?
Yeah, but what's your answer?
I'll get there. And it's one of the best-selling documentaries in history. And is a woman is an adult human female. That's the, so you could go, they can have a baby. That's pretty basic. Even if you watch 5-year-olds on YouTube funny videos, they can figure it out. So, an adult human female. But you need to watch Matt Walsh's.
So you know what a woman is. You know what a man is.
Yes.
And you said at the beginning, there's only men and women. There's only male, female. And yet I showed you something tonight. Would you not agree with me that there's something else?
There's anomalies. But
no, those are children of God. They're people. They're people, and they're just as important as anybody else, right?
I think in any way.
Why would you call them an anomaly?
Their humanity. In no way they're
human beings are not an anomaly,
precious,
right?
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm not in any way saying that. I'm saying
not a good
word. I'm saying that situation
demeaning
is not the usual situation. God said,
yes, it is, because it happens, and it's natural.
Male and female.
It does happen.
Yes. It's
natural. It's normal.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
it's not
Everybody's different, Brandon. Everybody's an individual. If you believe in individual rights and freedoms, if you believe in everybody's unique.
If a baby is born with no arms, is that normal?
If it happens because it's something that God wills, then I would say that it happens. It's not necessarily natural if it's something that happens as a result of exposure to radiation. That is damage.
Yeah, like the filament, right?
Damaging, that's damaging in that process. But somebody that's born with both male and female genitalia, that is a documented, scientific, natural fact and occurrence. It's just something that happens in nature. Just as my pigeons, 2 females laying 4 eggs, a male female laying 2 that will then hatch, so too is a hermaphrodite or an intersex person born with male female genitalia. It has happened all through human history. It is a naturally occurring occurrence. It's something that is
that's
natural.
100% false.
Normal.
That's 100% false.
No, it's not.
I'll bring it the next time we chat. I will bring receipts. If a baby is born without arms,
but we're not talking about chemical damage or radiological damage interrupting.
Well, but unless you can guarantee that you know why it occurred, You
Or a
can't say
drug
otherwise.
interfering with the regular
Right.
development,
So if the
natural development
DNA,
of. But
because of sin and 6,000 years of DNA corrupting the human genome, which is why this happens, right?
so then these
So
people would be evil, or a product
no, no,
of
no, no,
sin,
no,
or
no,
a
no, no,
product
no,
of evil, and
no,
therefore
no,
less
no,
than human.
no, 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 no. So
No,
yeah.
Brandon,
Do
no.
you know what the second law of thermodynamics is, Rick?
Please explain.
Okay. The second law of thermodynamics tells us the scientific truth that matter always moves from a position of order and perfection to a state of chaos and disorder. That's why we get old. So when you have, from the beginning of time, a human genome that was perfect, the way God made it, and then sin entered the world and corrupted the DNA, and then over time we have more and more corrupt DNA because the bloodline is corrupt. We know that many people that have this anomaly or this disease that runs in their family, it wasn't like that 6 years ago, 6,000 years
So
ago.
sinful
And
people have
so
deformed children.
so because we made bad decisions
Hmm.
6 years ago, 6,000 years ago, okay, but Jesus
The child is not
made
guilty
it.
for the sins of the
Jesus,
parents, the grandparents, or the ancestors. The child is
that's
born
correct.
as a gift from God
That's
and
correct.
is born into
But
this world innocent,
yeah, and
with
so,
the
but
gift
they
of free
still
will
have,
to make choices one way or the other. And as they move forward through life, they will, through free will, sin, because they will make the wrong decisions at times. And through the process of living, they will learn, hopefully, and move forward and make personal choices that will deliver them from evil, so that they can then go live in the good graces of God in heaven, instead of serving in hell, where they think they may rule, but they won't. They will serve and burn if you subscribe to this Christian perspective. But no, they are not the product of evil, and they are not an aberration. They are not an anomaly. They are a gift from God. They are individuals as unique as you and I, just as
yeah, I
all
don't
of
think
us
they're
are
anomaly at
individuals
all.
and
So don't
completely different.
misquote me,
You're
because
different
I'm
than
not
me.
saying that
My
at all.
fingerprint is different than yours. So too is theirs. Even if they have no arms, no fingers at all, they are
Yeah, they're a
still
perfect
unique.
soul made in God's image and should be
Absolutely,
treated as
Brandon.
such. I
Yes.
totally agree. I couldn't
And
agree
they're
more.
and
And that's
so
why our party has a party platform of protecting all innocent human life
thank you.
from conception
Sure. Yeah,
until natural death.
sure.
So it doesn't matter if you're 85 years old
Mhm.
and you can't walk and you're just in a bed. We're not
Provided
going to
those protections
get rid
don't
of you.
usurp and contravene people's individual rights and freedoms. And
Yes,
these are
and
difficult
and
things to navigate.
ultimately, you can't have a moral law without a moral lawgiver. So it's interesting that the ones that don't want to believe in God are making a case for out there not being a moral law, but there's no moral lawgiver. If there's no moral lawgiver, there is no moral law. Just your own beliefs and ideas is your own religion and is your own God. So
Yeah.
either we choose anarchy or we choose a loving heavenly Father who sent Jesus.
Well, we need to find or choose some sort of moral compass. That might be Christianity. For others, it might be their faith, their Muslim faith. It might be some other religion. But I
Well,
don't know. All I can say is, in a free society, we can find the way forward through tolerance, in my view, and that
and
means
Christians
coming up
did
with
that
laws
better
that
than anybody.
respect all faiths.
Yes, and when Christians, majority of who started America, brought in the freedom of speech as the first amendment to the Constitution, meant everybody had the freedom to speak without being put in prison. So Christians gave that gift to the whole world, to atheists, to Muslims, to everyone. And so there's no societal comparison to any society that's built on the foundation of a moral lawgiver.
And with that being said, thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
I hope that
God bless you and your families.
This has been a marathon, and I'm very appreciative for you engaging with me on this level tonight, Brandon. It's been a good discussion, and I hope everybody got something useful out of it.
I sure hope so. And go to my Substack. If you just type in Substack, Brandon Pringle, anything that I talked about that you didn't agree with, or you want to hear more, or you want clarification, please leave a note for me. And I promise you I will either answer it or I'll write a whole story about it.
Okay. Great conversation. Brandon Pringle, Christian Heritage Party candidate in Red Deer, Alberta. Good luck with your campaign, my friend.
Thank you, Rick.
Look forward to having you on again.
Everyone.
Okay.
Go vote, everyone. Last day to vote is the 28th.
All right. And because we are talking about individuals and all of us being unique, and individual rights and freedoms and due process, I'm going to leave you with this song from Maverick and the News Brothers about people that we really need to protect. Those are the most vulnerable of all of us. You're going to hate this one, the Snowflakes. Love you guys. See you tomorrow, 7 p.m. on the flip side.
Drifting down without a sound, a gentle touch upon the ground. No two the same, yet side by side, like you and me in this great tide. Like a fingerprint from God, frozen tears from up above. Each one special, each one rare, a fleeting wonder light as air. Here for a moment, then melting away. Gone in the sunlight, lost in the day. Taken for granted, so easy to miss. Like life itself, so fragile is this. A million fall, yet each stands true. A perfect shape, a different hue. Just like us, no two alike. A spark of life, a soul in flight. Like a fingerprint from God, frozen tears from up above. Each one special, each one rare, a fleeting wonder light is air. Here for a moment, then melting away. Gone in the sunlight, lost in the day. Taken for granted, so easy to miss. Like life itself, so fragile is this. A million falling, yet each stands true. A perfect shape, a different hue. Just like us, no two alike. Like life itself, so fragile is this. Like you, like me, we shine, we fade. Yet every soul is beautifully made. A moment to love, a moment to stay. Before we drift, before we stray. Cherish the snowflake. here only for a moment, then melt away.
This has been a Maverick Multimedia production.